Good morning, everybody joining us today on our third and sadly final day of this Social Bridges e-conference on the topic of alignment in groups, networks, and teams. And what an incredible day it is going to be. We have a lineup of speakers this morning, and then what I think will be the most fun part of our conference, which will be a very interactive, a very different sort of exercise for this kind of event. We have a workshop on creative coordination, and it will be, in short, rather creative. So I hope you'll be joining us for that. And then to round up our program, these 3 days with our keynote speaker, Daniel Richardson, joining us at 4 o'clock. So without further ado, we have our first speaker, but because of the nature of the beast, we actually are able to have him here in the form of a pre-recorded video, and then he'll join us live for his question and answer section. So without further ado, I'm going to share my video of our next speaker, who is Pedro Passos from Portugal. And I'm going to try and see why this isn't working. 1 second.
Beyond what we already know about interpersonal coordination in sports, there is still a gap concerning how interpersonal synergies are formed during the course of a sports actions. Before moving on, let me explain what do we mean about interpersonal synergies. Imagine that we have two players, and for some reason they need to adjust to each other. They reciprocally adjust to each other to stabilize a performance goal. When this happens, when both players adjust to each other and they can stabilize a performance goal, a synergy was formed, which means that these two players behave as a single entity. So the title for my talk today is to dig deep on interpersonal synergies in sport, and it is related with the research that I have done in the last decade regarding this interpersonal synergies issue. So when we watch a football match or a basketball match, when the players need to pass the ball to each other, or a rugby match, when they also need to pass the ball to each other to keep moving and keep running towards the try line, there is one question that always emerges, which is, are they really coordinated to each other? Well, we can assume yes, they are coordinated to each other because most of the time they succeed. The thing is, or the main question is, how are those players coordinate to each other? So in the last decade, to help us to solve these questions, we were blessed by the improvements in technological devices. We were blessed by positional data. Nowadays it is possible to use GPS devices to capture players' positional data on a football field or on a rugby field, but it is also possible to use some kind of radio frequency devices to capture players' positional data on indoor facilities such as badminton rallies or a basketball match. Also, the improvements in video recording allow us to capture players' positional data plus the ball. So nowadays, fortunately, we can capture the players where the players are on every moment of the match. But this huge amount of time series data can also be a curse if we do not know what we are looking for. So the main questions that I have on these moments was what variables can contribute to interpersonal synergies formations in collective and dyadic sports. So the first research that I have done with this concerning this theme was regarding the ball carrier and the support player interpersonal coordination in rugby union in a 2 versus 1 situation. As we can see by the video, there is a ball carrier. When we get closer to the defender, he will pass the ball to a support player who is managed to run the velocity, maintain a certain interpersonal angle to receive the ball and keep running towards the try line for a beautiful try. So it seems that the performance goal of these players is how to manage the relative positions in order that in the moment of the pass, the support player can capture the ball, can receive the ball while running. So it seems there is some kind of interpersonal angle between them that may work as a performance goal. So this performance goal can describe the interactive behavior between the ball carrier and a potential receiver. But then we have another question, is how the players can regulate this interpersonal angle. Well, what are the task-relevant elements that might contribute to stabilize this interpersonal angle? Now we can see that both attackers are running towards the try line. However, they need to regulate this angle. To regulate this angle and keep the desirable positions, they need to manage the running line velocities. So it seems that the players' running line velocities are good candidates to task-relevant elements. So what do we have so far? We have an interpersonal angle, which is a performance goal that players need to stabilize and maintain during the course of an action. But then we have also task-relevant elements, which are the elements that should be left free and the players need to manage in order to maintain a relative position which is captured by the interpersonal angle. So what we need to show evidence is regarding the linkage between the task-relevant elements, the adjustments on each player running line velocity in order to stabilize the interpersonal angle in the moment of the pass. For that purpose, we use a concept that was developed in 1999 by Schoner and Scholz called the N-control manifold hypothesis. We develop and create a mathematical application, a computational application based on the UCM hypothesis. And the hypothesis that we have is that the control of the dyadic behavior is on the interpersonal angle. This is the main control. Players' velocity should be left completely free in order that players can adjust to each other in order to stabilize the angle in the moment of the pass. So this is the results that we have for this research. We can identify 19 out of 55 trials, about 34% of the trials, we can identify players' interpersonal synergies between ball carrier and the support player in order to stabilize the interpersonal angle in the moment of the pass. The UCM, well, it has some challenge. There is a mathematical challenge and computational challenge to use the UCM. However, the output is quite easy to understand. Values above 1 means we have a synergy. Values below 1 means there is no synergy. So we got 34% of synergies regarding ball carrier and support players, adjustments to stabilize the interpersonal angle in rugby union, but for the other 66%, we do not know what happens. Perhaps they formed interpersonal synergies with different variables than the running line velocities and the interpersonal angles. But at this time, we have a concern. There is a limitation of the UCM, which is a dependency of the reference value. We said for this study, the reference value was the angle between the players in the moment of the pass. But we would like to move a little bit forward and trying to well, solve this limitation concerning the dependency of the reference value. So we move on to a different context. We move on to analyze the hypothetical interpersonal synergies between badminton players within the same diet. And when we watch a badminton match, badminton rally, we can see that the players adjust to each other to maintain a certain interpersonal distance. By maintaining this interpersonal distance, they avoid an attack of the opponent team to the middle of them. So in other words, players' interpersonal distance seems to be quite important because players within a diet, they need to fill the court, avoiding the attack of the opponent team to the middle of them. So the interpersonal distance, it is now our performance variable, something that the players need to stabilize during the course of a rally. To do this, players' velocities are a good candidates to task-relevant elements. So they need to manage the velocities in order to maintain a relative position, in order to stabilize a certain interpersonal distance. Again, we use the UCM as a concept, the uncontrolled manifolds, but now the hypothesis changes a little bit. The control of the dyadic behavior is on the players, not in the angle, but in the player's interpersonal distance, where player's velocity, again, should be left free. And the results point on this direction. We have a percentage of 50, 40, 40, and 32% of interpersonal synergies during several rallies. So these results were good, but still we need to analyze and trying to find out identified interpersonal synergies for different values of performance variable. So we ran the UCM and we use different reference values to see if it is possible that the same diet within the same rallies can form synergies, but with different reference values. And by the results over here, what we can see is that double one can form a synergy over here, which means that players adjust the velocity to maintain a certain relative position, but now they can get synergies for values close to 1.2 meters of interpersonal distance. Whereas for a different rally, the same players on the same match can also form a synergy, not for 1.2 nor 2 point something, but for 3 meters. They stabilize the synergy on 3 meters of interpersonal distance. So these results lead us to suggest that it is possible that the reference value for the performance variable, it is not a single value, but could be a range of values. But we need to prove this. The same is true for double 2, double 3, and also double 4. We identify synergies close approximately 50% of the values. We're happy, it's okay, good, but what about the other 50? What happens to the other 50% of the rallies where with these variables of interpersonal distance and the players' velocities, we could not identify the interpersonal synergies. At this time, we create an hypothesis, which is there is always synergies formation. When the players go to a pitch, or no matter if it is a rugby pitch or if it is a badminton court, as long as we have the need of interpersonal coordination, we have synergies formation. So the question is, we just need to identify how these synergies were formed. So when we saw players within a badminton court, what we can see is that players move on the horizontal axis, but they can also move on the transversal axis. And they can use different combinations of these movements to stabilize the interpersonal distance among them. So we remain with the interpersonal distance as a performance goal, but then instead of using only the player's velocity as task-relevant elements, we use the coordinates of player 1 and player 2 on both axes, the coordinates of player 2 on both axes, and the velocities of each one of the players on these axes. And with this, what we are trying to display here, it is a portrait of interpersonal synergies along the set of rallies. But what we can observe with these results here is this. Diet 1, for instance, can form 25 out of 35 rallies. They can form 25 interpersonal synergies with the player 1 adjustment on the transversal axis with the player 2 adjustments on the horizontal axis. When they do this, they stabilize the interpersonal distance between them. But it is also true that the same players of the same diet can form 25 out of 35 interpersonal synergies using player 1 adjustments on the horizontal axis and player 2 adjustments on the transversal axis. So it seems that players can form synergies using different dimensions of displacements. And then we have another question. What about the other diets? The guys who were in the other side of the pitch, the opponents. Is it possible that in the same match they display a similar portrait? And they are not. They are different. For instance, on diet 2, they can form 29 interpersonal synergies out of 35 using player 1 adjustments on the transversal axis with the player 2 horizontal axis. Well, this leads us to suggest that probably interpersonal synergies formation is unique for each match, but also it is unique for each diet. One question remains, is it possible these kind of portraits for each one of the diets remain along a set of matches? Is it possible that if instead of analyzing a single match, if we analyze, for instance, 10 matches for these diets, is it possible that this pattern, this portrait remains? That is an issue for further research. So, interpersonal coordination, it seems it is always supported on synergies formation. The control over the dyadic behavior is on the performance goal, on the interpersonal distance, or in the interpersonal angle, where the task-relevant elements are left free to adjust to each other to stabilize the performance goal. But now we have a different question. Synergies can be good or bad? This raises a question regarding a potential relation between synergies and performance indicators, or identify synergies with certain kind of outputs. We ran an exploratory study trying to find out synergies in football. Again, quite similar to the badminton study, we capture synergies between diets of players, player 1 and player 2. Here we form a synergy, these two players another synergy, and these two players another synergy. Similar to what happened to the badminton study, we assumed that an effective defensive strategy means that the players need to remain within a certain value of interpersonal distance, avoiding an attack of the opponent team to the middle of them. They need to fill the space between themselves. So this is true positional data, real positional data that we have. Here, diet 3, diet 2 in the middle, and diet 1 over there. And then you will also see the red dot displacement, which means ball displacements. And the results I would like to address, this is very, very, very exploratory data because we have a few data of these. And what we can see is that the UCM values all above 1, which means there is synergies between player 1 and player 2, player 2 and player 3, 3 and 4, the diets. And what we can see is that the ball displacement never crossed the defensive line. This might lead us to suggest that probably due to the synergies formations between the defenders, the ball carriers, the attackers, cannot see any possibility of action to put the ball close to goal and put the ball crossing the defensive line. However, if we analyze a different situation, we can see that diet 1, which means these two players of here, they do not form a synergy. And as we will see, the ball will cross the defensive line and right over here, where the synergies could not be formed. So again, I know this is a very, very, very exploratory data, but it seems to suggest that probably there is a linkage between synergies formations and performance indicators. We cannot conclude anything about this exploratory study. We only can extract a few hypotheses and motivation to keep going, trying to find out this linkage. What is the relation between interpersonal synergies formation and dyadic collective performance? This is what we are looking for the next decades, we hope. But we have some limitations regarding the UCM, the uncontrolled manifold. There is always the dependency of a reference value. It remains. Yes, we can use different values of performance variable, trying to find out synergies. We are working on it, but this dependency of the reference value of the performance goal remains. It cannot capture the fluctuations on synergies formation. It is true. When, for instance, when we have the final result of a synergies formation on a badminton rally or on a rugby situation, we have a single value. Above 1, we have synergy. Below 1, we do not have synergy. But we do not know what happens to these synergies formations along the course of a rally or along a 2 versus 1 situation in rugby. We do not know if for instance, in some moments, there is a synergies formation with the UCM values above 1, but then in a different moments of the rally, this synergies formation disappear and then it comes back again. These dynamics we could not capture yet. So issues for further research. Is there a pattern for synergies formation? That portraits that I show about the badminton rallies, is it possible that that portraits remain along a set of matches? Also, there is an unexplored linkage between synergies formation and performance indicators. The question that I placed before, are synergies good or bad, and what situations they can be considered good synergies or bad synergies? Also, how synergies evolve during the course of an action. This is one of the main issues that we are working now is on the dynamics of interpersonal synergies along the course of an action. Thank you very much for your attention.
And we're back, and we have Pedro joining us. Good morning. Good morning, Pedro.
Good morning.
I can see you, I can hear you, and we have just heard your wonderful talk. And I'm so grateful to you for having pre-recorded it. It means that I can watch it over and over again. And I have a question directly from Travis Wiltshire, who is joining on the YouTube. He says, hello, everyone. Quite an interesting talk, Pedro. Do you ever imagine whether opposing players form a synergy with each other? And he stole my question.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Merle. Thank you, Travis, for the question. No, we do not examine whether opposing players can form a synergy yet, but is obviously in our plan. However, we have a conceptual issue surrounding these opposing synergies, which is to create synergy, players need to adjust to each other. They have the goal to adjust to each other to stabilize something. The problem is when we have opponents, they do not want to, well, adjust to each other to stabilize the goal. So it is a conceptual issue regarding what is a synergy formation. However, I think we can overcome this issue. And probably there is some kind of non-intentional synergies or something like this. At least for when we watch, for instance, rugby players or football players, I think that the ball carrier wants to disrupt the synergy, a potential non-intentional synergy, whereas the defenders wants to maintain the synergy in order to stabilize, for instance, the angle between them, covering the path, the trajectory to the goal. So it is possible that we can find out. Mathematically, it is possible because we are working with coordinates. So we can run the coordinates in a MATLAB routine, and probably we will find out UCM values above 1. The thing is, how can we defend the existence of a synergy between opposing players? That is my doubt yet. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, it's really important actually for us to bear in mind, you know, why would you look for a synergy between a person? I do see your point. I did have another question, which is again maybe conceptual, but is, you know, the reason one would want to have a synergy with your teammates is assumedly to win. Do you ever look at whether greater synergy, comparing, because you did do synergies for each of the two badminton pairs, did you see whether greater synergy between a pair resulted in actually winning the match? Is it a good predictor of better performance overall?
We have no idea. That is one issue for further research. Exactly, it's trying to relate synergies values with performance indicators. But concerning the result, the final output of a match, there is an incredible amount of variables that can influence the final output. So synergies are only one. Perhaps we can find out some kind of relation between synergies formations and performance indicators. For instance, if players in the badminton court have the goal to maintain an interpersonal distance, and by maintaining that interpersonal distance, there is less attacks from the opposing team to the middle of them. Okay, this can be a relation. We can find out a relation here between a synergy formation and a quite specific performance goal. But it is difficult. I think it would be difficult to find out any relation between synergies formations and the final output of a match. We are just starting using this concept now. I think we are in the beginning of exploring how can we measure synergies. Perhaps within 10 years, we can find out some kind of relation with much more data, much more results, and a different techniques. Not only this one. Okay.
I think that's a fair point. We have another question coming. So first of all, Carlotta Torrance says it is difficult to think in synergies without the same task goal. And so I think she agrees with you.
Yes.
I would also say though that one could theoretically also break down you know, a game, a match into mini goals, right? Most group coordination experiences are maybe have an end goal like winning the match, but there probably are interim goals which are perhaps even more important. And you might see a better coupling between you know, a synergy during a particular block and then that end goal. But I must get another question from Rodrigo Santos, who says, considering that synergies are context and scale dependent, is it possible that synergies between opponents may be supported by the task goal of giving rise to the purpose of the game itself?
Well, Rodrigo, we need to talk to each other later. Be supported by the task goal of giving rise to the purpose. It depends of what you mean by the purpose of the game by itself. And I think going a little bit backwards to relating the synergies with the output, it also depends on the specificity of each sport. For instance, in a basketball game, the result is continuously changing. So it might be easier to find out some kind of relation between synergies formations and the changes in the output, in the results. Perhaps in that sense, we can find out how to analyze synergies between opponents and then relate with results. I don't know. This is issues for further research. There is a lot of questions. I used to talk with Jean-Mille when we are working and thinking about synergies, that as much as we work, as much as we think and write and read about synergies, more questions we have, which is good. but most of them we need much more time to solve them and to answer. But anyway, thanks for the questions.
It's the difficulty of working with a more complex model, right? There's a reason why some of us less ambitious are stuck on finger tapping, because, you know, in the real world, it becomes that much more complicated. And what you'll probably find is that you're going to need nested models. You're going to have much more complex ways of putting the things together. I'm just checking. Travis has said something, but it isn't a question. So maybe you can go and read the train of thought there. But we'll let you go back to your teaching. Pedro, thank you so much for your time and for sharing your talk with us today. And we will hopefully be in touch. And if you have any questions more for Pedro, maybe you can just drop him a line. And we have Dimitris Polis standing in the wings. Thank you so much, Pedro. You can switch in the company, Dimitris. Bye. Have a lovely day.
Bye.
Good morning, Dimitris.
Good morning, Merle.
How are
Hello,
you?
everybody. I'm very good, very good.
It's lovely to see you. I wish we were in person like we were last year. Dimitris was one of the presenters at the first alignment conference in May last year, and it's a wonderful pleasure to be able to welcome him back. Without further ado, if you want to share your screens, Dimitris.
Yes, of course.
And it's over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So, hello everybody. My name is Dimitris Polis, and today I will discuss our work with Leonard Zilbach at the Max Planck Institute of Psychiatry in Munich, with colleagues primarily in this work. I will discuss our latest empirical study, namely the interpersonal similarity of autistic traits predict friendship quality, but also include our former conceptual analysis as well as future directions for research and practice. So I will start with describing the conceptual background of our approach, which is primarily based on two pillars: the Bayesian hypothesis of human cognition and action, as well as the dialectical approach. To give a very simple example on how the Bayesian brain works, let us imagine a simple example. Let us imagine a lady in Greece, south of Greece, waking up late for work. So she should decide quickly what clothes should wear for going outside. So given that she lives in south of Greece in a summer, she thinks that the possibility of raining is 0% based on her experience. However, she goes out and she realizes that the weather is rainy and she gets wet. So the second day, the same happens. However, now already her expectations about the day being rainy have slightly increased to 5%. So gradually, she adapts her expectation about the weather, and her expectations become 90% about a rainy day after a week. So after a week, she eventually decides to carry an umbrella with her. But it took almost a week to reach this level. Let us examine a second example where the same lady travels to Japan, and again, she faces the same problem. She should decide whether she carries an umbrella with her or not. And based on rumors at this time, she thinks that the weather will be good there, so she goes again outside without an umbrella. However, again, she's unlucky, and the weather is again rainy. However, already in the second day, she carries an umbrella with her because she believes now that the probability of raining is 90%. So what was the difference in our two examples is that the updating of the beliefs in the second scenario was much faster. So following a Bayesian perspective, one could argue that in this case, the lady of our example was less confident for her initial beliefs because they were based on social rumors and not her lived experience. So going through this simple example, we've viewed two cardinal aspects of these Bayesian accounts of cognition, namely the maintaining and updating of beliefs or expectations, and also the learning rate based on confidence of prior beliefs relative to incoming information. Of course, this kind of prediction error minimization is not based only on perception or learning, as we saw, but also on action. So humans have also the possibility to adapt the world so that it conforms to their prior beliefs, and not only vice versa. Such accounts, importantly, can be extended to span not only single levels of description, such as the biological or the psychophysiological level, but also can be extended into multi-scale frameworks so that they encompass at the same time multiple levels from biology to culture. Following such rationale, we could view human becoming as a dialectical attunement in and through social interaction. And by this, we mean that human becoming is based mainly on two cardinal processes. First, internalization, which we take as the active transformation of the outer world, and especially the social relations, into hierarchical bodily and brain processes. And on the other hand, we have externalization, where we co-regulate with others the environment and especially our social relations. Such a dialectical attunement should be seen with respect both to the physical world, but also to the social world. So we attune both to our environment, but also to others through across multiple scales. So in a nutshell, we can say that interpersonal statistical regularities shape multi-scale hierarchical models on an individual level and vice versa. So we can think of scales starting from interoception or perception all the way to ontogenesis, culture, or even phylogenesis. Such an approach is a Vygotskian perspective. As Lev Vygotsky himself had proclaimed almost a century ago, through others we become ourselves. So this approach emphasizes the role of others in our cognition and behavior, and ultimately in our becoming. It shares also common ground with other more recent philosophical perspectives, such as participatory sense-making, which have emphasized social interaction and participation in social interactions in both individual sense-making, but also joint sense-making. It also draws from second-person neuroscience perspectives that have proposed that social interaction, real-time social interactions, entail fundamentally different processes than mere observational social situations. Yet somebody could wonder why all this conceptual discussion. Here, we will also see how by taking seriously an intersubjective perspective to human becoming, we can re-examine psychiatric conditions. And here we will give the example of autism. Autism spectrum condition has been described as a pervasive developmental condition, which is characterized by difficulties in social interaction and communication. And although the emphasis is in terms of social interaction, predominant approaches so far have focused on both social and non-social aspects, but always within single individuals. For example, theory of mind have suggested that individuals with an autism spectrum condition face difficulties with understanding beliefs or emotions of others. Or the social motivation hypothesis, for example, claim that individuals with autism have a diminished motivation to interact with others and participate in social interactions. So also going to the most recent account among those, the aberrant or inflexible precision updating. This is a Bayesian account, which claims that the autistic difficulties relate to an inflexible precision updating and biased belief updating. So all these theories have offered special insights for different facets of the condition. However, they typically focus on the individual without taking into account the social interactive context. So in terms of experimental work, usually these approaches are examined by dividing the population in two groups, let's say, simply speaking, to a non-autistic and an autistic sample. And then by comparing these two groups, differences are identified, and typically the differences are associated with autistic difficulties. However, here we will argue that we can and we should go beyond the individual in neuropsychiatric research, and indeed encompassing not only neurotypical and mixed dyads or groups of people, but importantly, suggesting that including autistic dyads, social interaction between very autistic individuals will be an important step for a more comprehensive analysis of the actual communicative process. And this because we can imagine that a neurotypical dyad might appear communicating smoothly, and while a mixed dyad, and dyad consists of an autistic person and a non-autistic, might appear to communicate less smoothly. However, until we observe the autistic dyad, we cannot be sure whether the difficulty in the mixed dyad should be attributed to the individual or the misattunement between the two individuals. In fact, we can take a continuous approach by distinguishing between three types of interactions, but testing this kind of hypothesis along a continuum, for example, of autistic trait similarities or differences. Indeed, recently, various intersubjective approach to autism, such as the double empathy problem, have emphasized these aspects. This hypothesis views social difficulties of autistic people as a two-way complication and not reduced into single individuals. Also, in activist approaches, and particularly the participatory sense-making, have viewed atypicalities with regard to autism as a different way of making sense and interacting with the world, and not as a priori deficient one. Also, second-person neuropsychiatry has hypothesized that social difficulties are more likely or even only appears in real-time social interactions, where passive social scenarios appear less problematic clinically. Also, the dialectical misattunement hypothesis has reviewed autism not as a disorder of the individual, but rather as a cumulative interpersonal misattunement unfolding over various timescales. So, in a nutshell, interpersonal misattunement can be thought of as disturbances of the dynamic and reciprocal unfolding of an interaction across multiple scales, resulting in increasingly divergent prediction in interaction styles and vice versa. So here we have two levels of description. the individual level, where different diverse predictions and interaction styles in a society can create a cumulative gap between people of different groups, like autistic and non-autistic persons. But also this sociocultural gap can in turn enhance these differences in individual prediction and interaction styles. This can happen, can indeed unfold over different scales. For example, in the course of a dialogue, so two persons might start discussing with slightly different expectations, and at the end of the dialogue, this difference in the expectations and in the way they interact might increase. An argument might develop and escalate because of small initial mismatches. So the same can happen over the course of a relationship, but also if we take into account human development across throughout a child's development, participating in a mainstream school, for example, such misattunements may persist along the school years. So this hypothesis holds clear predictions, research-wise, namely that interaction within homogeneous dyads, that means that dyads that are close in autistic traits, are expected to appear smoother compared to heterogeneous dyads or mixed dyads. In the empirical work that we present here, we take homogeneous dyads as similar in terms of autistic traits and smoother as relationships of higher perceived friendship quality. Our methodology in this study is simple. It is so-called two-person psychometrics. So we use self-report questionnaires, but in real life, concrete friendships between two persons for studying the link between the similarity of autistic traits and these friendship ratings along a continuum. So in this study, we invited pairs of friends to complete these questionnaires about their individual autistic traits and about the impressions of their concrete friendship about a specific other. So regarding the demographics, we recruited 144 neurotypical adults, namely 72 same-sex dyads of friends, but we had to exclude 5 of them because they had either a family or a romantic relationship with each other. Their friendship duration ranged from 3 months to 30 years, and their meeting frequency from few times per year to daily. Their ages span from 19 to 50 years, while there was almost equal pairs of female and male dyads. Here we can see the distributions of our main variables. We can see friendship quality and friendship duration, as well as autistic traits for the individuals and autistic traits mismatch, which is the difference of autistic traits between the two persons. So our results indeed indicate that interpersonal similarity of autistic traits predicts friendship quality and duration, but the same was not the case for the individual autistic traits. So in the upper left panel, we can see the correlation between individual autistic traits and the friendship quality. Here we have only a weak correlation, which was not significant in our sample. And regarding friendship duration, individual autistic traits were not correlated. On the contrary, on the right panels, we can see that the mismatch of autistic traits was correlated with both friendship quality and duration in a negative manner. That means that the higher the autistic trait mismatch, the lower the friendship quality and duration appeared. Importantly, these results between autistic trait mismatch and friendship quality was irrespective of friendship duration, age, sex, and importantly, the dyadic autistic traits. Also, the key constituencies of friendship quality that predicted these relationships are acceptance, closeness, and help between the friends. Here we see another presentation of our data. Here again, we compare directly in multiple simulations friendship quality for autistic individual autistic traits versus mismatch, and we find that the correlation is higher for the mismatch of autistic traits in the majority of the cases, as well as for the duration. So now, before concluding, we will discuss briefly our results and one possible mechanisms that we view as future work for explaining this kind of results in a more fine-grained manner. Starts from high interpersonal attunement between persons, which might result in smoother social interactions, which in turn might lead to a more rewarding communication and enhanced interpersonal attraction, which might motivate people to interact more with each other, and in turn cultivate more optimal interactional success, which in turn might lead back to higher interpersonal attunement in a positive feedback manner. So our study, of course, has limitations, and which also show the way for future research directions. First of all, we need in the future to cover the whole autism spectrum, namely including autistic, neurotypical, and mixed dyads and groups. We will need to explore more fine-grained mechanisms of social interaction, also further types of interpersonal attunement, such as between romantic or working relationships. And we should include more heterogeneity of the population sample, but also replicate our results in larger population samples. To this end, we have already devised a two-person psychophysiology setup, and we run relevant experiments for tracking in real time psychophysiological mechanisms like eye gaze, behavior, and facial expressions. We also, based on seminal work from Guillaume, Dumas, Koike, and Leong, we have also included hyperscanning in our studies. And we will be developing further our studies in Japan through using hyperscanning of fMRI. Just to give a simple example, in this kind of multimodal frameworks, we can automatically track facial expressions and analyze the attunement or misattunement between two persons in this level as well. In the future also, computational approaches can be extended to include not only intra-subjective precisions and beliefs, but also intersubjective coupling factors. For example, two persons can be, the behavior and cognition of two persons can be modeled for including both interoception and exteroception, as well as individual responses, but both embedded in a collective behavior model, being able to interact with the outer environment. So to conclude, if such an approach proves to be valid, psychopathology can be seen as an interpersonal misattunement and not as an individual condition. And with that, for example, in the case of autism, we mean that we don't need to treat and focus only on treating the autistic individual, but at the same time, we can tune the prior beliefs of other people, for example, through school campaigns to be more inclusive and meet at the middle of the interaction. Our take-home message Last slide, is that our results lend support to the idea of an interactive and relational turn in the study of social abilities across the autism spectrum, which pave the way for future studies on the multi-scale dynamics of social interactions. So by taking atypical social interactions seriously, in terms of both research and practice, a voice is given to the most relevant part of the population for this endeavor, namely the primarily affected persons themselves. So our perspective eventually aims at not merely treating the autistic individual, but rather cultivating an interpersonal space where both sides will be able to adapt to the expectations of each other. I would like to thank all collaborators that participated in this long research line of studies in the independent Max Planck Research Group for Social Neuroscience, and especially Milena Beryl, Ljoba, Dorontina, Caroline, Daniela, Leo, Uta, Zanet, and Edgem, who helped with this particular and contributed to this particular empirical study. Thank you very much, and I will be happy to discuss further questions if there are.
Thank you so much, Dimitris, for that wonderful talk, which keeps reminding us, we had a couple talks yesterday, that we need to try and imagine a broader spectrum of social interactions beyond the so-called neurotypical. I think what you're basically putting into question is that there is no such thing. It's just a question of context. And what we saw in our previous talk is maybe relevant. I know it seems quite a far cry from the work you've done, but when we were saying that you might theoretically want to see if there's a synergy between an opponent, two opponents, what you're really seeing here is that we're looking perhaps for a synergy between, say, an autistic individual and a so-called neurotypical, and there just can't be. They're operating in such a different way that it would be impossible. So I think that this is going to challenge us when we try to use measures without considering the context in which we're testing. So I wonder if you have something to say about that. And then I have a question from Bahar Tungchenk, who says, do you think your findings may be because autistic individuals are aware of autism-related stereotypes and have adopted masking mechanisms? This may mean that they get on better with autistic people, regardless of the degree of attunement in traits.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, masking is an important process also in autism. But here I should emphasize that this study that I present here did not include autistic individuals at all. So include a broad range in terms of autistic traits, but from a so-called neurotypical sample. So masking process might not be so relevant in our sample. And as I referred, this line of study should be extended also to include actual autistic individuals. But I agree that the masking process, but also other processes, for example, the diagnostic status and also the disclosure of this status might modulate perception of the other. But when it comes to real-life social relations, this is exactly how this kind of intersubjective approaches point towards, that to, in a way, liberate so-called neuro-minorities from forcing themselves to adapt to a pre-given social environment where different sides can be adapted to the expectations of each other. That's the final aim, I guess, also in practice in schools, for example.
And I wonder, so I have another question for you, which is that on one of your slides, you mentioned that you might want to consider, colleagues versus romantic partners. And the question I have is whether you think that's just a linear change in the degree of how much they have to predict one another's actions or, share attention, or if we think of all the mechanisms that might be running in the background there, which obviously your neurophysiological measures are going to try and tap into. But do you have any hypotheses as to what might be different across those three, at least the three that you've identified as cases?
Yeah, for the romantic relationships, I would expect similar patterns. So in a way, also romantic relationships also encompass friendship aspects. And also there is actually preliminary empirical evidence that autistic individuals might be more likely to form a relationship with another autistic individual. So, but this needs to be expanded to also take into account satisfaction in these relationships and other factors. But for working relationships, for example, this might not be the case because this kind of relationship sometimes might also be based in other aspects beyond communication. But these are open questions that should be examined, and also not only distinguishing between different types of relationships, but also different contexts, like culture also might play a fundamental role here. I could well imagine also having two individuals from different cultures experiencing similar misattunement issues before being informed about the culture of each other. So I think this might happen to nowadays when two cultures are faced with each other, and when people stick to their prior expectations and not being open to experiencing the other, this kind of misattunement might explain, at least in part, difficulties that we observe. Of course, it's not only about individual traits and even mismatch. Other important factors like educational or socioeconomic background, I think they are very important to take into account in the future.
So I think the word there that I took out from there is this flexibility quotient in being able to update your prize, to be flexible in how much you take those prize into account. So I really think your first slides were really important there. And I do have to admit, I screen grabbed a couple of those. We're going to have to bring that to a close now. I want to thank you again so much for joining us for the second time. And hopefully there'll be a third and a fourth and a fifth thereafter, and we can see some of the neurophysiology data that you have now promised us. We have Ralph Koers in the wings. Good morning, Ralph. Thank you so much.
Good day to you, Merle.
Good morning. Good morning. Are you in Berlin today?
Yeah. No, actually, I'm in the Netherlands. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, greetings to the Netherlands then from Bavaria, and thank you so much for joining us today. I hear that you have already set up with Yasmin, so if you want to share your screens, without further ado, we have our next speaker, Ralph Koers, who is joining us from the Netherlands today, but he's based at the MPI for Human Development in Berlin, and he's going to tell us about how to sway voters, which I'm sure a lot of people would like to know the secret of. So over to you, Ralph.
Thank you very much, Merle, for this introduction and for putting together this very nice conference. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of the work we've been doing last year together with this great group of collaborators, especially Badr Barami played a very big role in putting this project together. And I want to start off with a story around Brexit, where David Cameron, according to his recent book, he signaled that Boris Johnson actually was not a very firm believer in Brexit itself. So according to Cameron, Johnson said to him that that Johnson risked an outcome he didn't believe in himself because it would help his political career. And on this account, Johnson actually was pretty certain that the Brexit side would lose. So backing that side actually brought little risk of breaking up the government. He wanted to lead one day. So it would be a risk-free bet on himself. And I think you see here a beautiful example of a strategic behavior of a politician trying to actually, get attention drawn towards, in this case, himself. And by being strategically different or actually misaligned from the ruling government. I think such competition for social influence, I think, is a major force that shapes our societies, being it politicians competing for voters, being it financial advisors competing with each other for clients, but also on internet where social influencers, of course, compete against each other for attracting attention, from getting likes and followers. Today I want to talk a little bit about the strategies that maximize social influence in these kind of situations. And of course, I'm shaping here different types of situations. And I want to cover 3 different aspects today. First, I want to talk a little bit about what are actually the hallmarks, what are the characteristics of these scenarios where competition for social influence takes place. Then, using these characteristics, I'm going to apply game theory to derive the rational strategies. So what is a rational agent expected to do? And after deriving this rational strategy, I will put it to the test empirically, see if it can actually sway human clients or not. So we argue here that hallmarks of competition of social influence have 3 key characteristics. That is not to say that each situation you will encounter will have always the same ingredients, and they may vary in their strength. But I think many situations, including the Brexit example I just gave, this is one of the important features. And the first one is an information asymmetry. And whereby influence seekers, for example, politicians or financial advisors, they actually know more about, or at least they are expected to know more about an issue than the people that they seek to influence. And that this gives, of course, room for strategic behavior. I think was, for example, also shown by this big red bus that you might remember, where during the Brexit campaign there was this big bus driving around Britain, making a claim that London was pouring a lot of money into the EU, and that they could do much better by actually moving forward with Brexit. Turned out this claim was wrong, but the damage had been done, and the damage can be done because we to some extent trust politicians to tell us the truth that we find difficult to actually gather because the issues are so complex. A second key element that you often see here is that that clients hand over power to their advisors to make decisions on their behalf. So we elect politicians to make decisions for us. We decide on which financial advisor to take, who makes financial investments on our behalf. So we give decisions, we give the power to make a decision away. And thirdly is uncertainty. And of course, uncertainty is a big term, can happen on many levels. What I mean here is the future uncertainty. So that is actually difficult to predict the outcome of an event. And of course, if an event is difficult to predict, that again gives you more leeway for using strategic behavior that actually deviates from the evidence, because you can always claim that, well, but it was uncertain, I didn't mean like that. So the fact that the future is hard to predict actually gives, we think, also a lot of wiggle room for strategic behavior. Now, having identified these key elements, I'm gonna use kind of a very simple lab-based kind of paradigm on social influence to derive the rational strategy, having these key elements at the forefront. And this is work that is largely done by Jurgen Karpus, who's a postdoc with Badr Barami, and also in collaboration with Badr and with Ken Birmore. But I'm going to walk you through this. So the situation we're discussing here is a very basic one, where there's one client and there are 2 advisors, and these 2 advisors are competing for the attention of that one client. So there are only 3 players in this game, and here are 3 players again. And the client is basically trying to maximize his winnings in a lottery. So it has to decide, is the lottery outcome going to be white or black? But the client itself has no information about, has actually no evidence about what the state of the world is. But the 2 advisors have. So here you see this information asymmetry, with advisors actually having access to evidence and not the client. And what we're going to focus on here, what we're really asking is, given the certain state of the world, and this is actually the probability that the outcome is going to be black, which in this scenario is 0.75, how should the advisor actually communicate that evidence to a client with the aim of maximizing its social influence? And with maximize social influence, I mean that is being selected or chosen as often as possible. So the advisors basically, they basically want to be selected by the client on as many rounds as possible. Now, the strategies that advisors can choose from, we fix them between 0 and 1 in incremental steps of 1/9, with 0 being I'm very, very confident it's going to be white. So if an advisor selects strategy 0, it basically communicates to the client, okay, I'm absolutely certain it's going to be white. And at the other extreme, it can choose black. It can choose 1, which will be extremely high confidence for black. So the 0 and 1s are the very extreme strategies. And for example, a 4/9 would be still, I believe it's going to be white, but I have very low confidence in this. So this is, you can see it as a confidence scale. And looking at the different strategies that you can at least verbally think of that you can now choose as an advisor in this game, you can, for example, think, okay, I can choose an honest strategy. I'm just going to communicate exactly the available evidence that I see to the client. You can also say, maybe it's actually better to be moderate. I'm just going to try to actually make no big errors. Or you could say, well, I'm going to go extreme. No matter what evidence, I'm always going to provide an extreme evidence, just to give you a flavor of the different strategies that could emerge in the end as the rational strategy. Now, the client follows always the advice of the selected advisor. So again, this is this delegation of the decision. So if the client selected an advisor and that advisor would have provided the advice of 0 till 4/9, it means, okay, I believe it's going to be white. So then the client actually bets on a white color. And same over with any advice 5/9 or higher, which would mean, okay, the selected advisor tells me it's going to be black, so I will bet on black. Okay, so that's from the perspective of the advisors. These are the advisor strategies. What does the client do? What's the client strategy? Specifically, how does the client select which advisor to take on each round? And what the client does is it basically keeps track of the weight that it gives to each of the two advisors, and that weight sums to 1. And the client selects the advisor with the highest weight, which is pretty straightforward, right? So if you give more weight to one advisor, you select it. The crucial piece here is, of course, the updating rule. How do you actually update these weights? And the client used the following formula that, I don't want to go into detail here, but what is important here is that this weight updating rewards high confidence correct choices and it penalizes high confidence errors. And I think intuitively that makes sense. So if you see somebody in your environment making a lot of correct choices with high confidence, you're probably going to update your weight that you give to that person. However, if you see somebody making very bold claims that turn out to be wrong, you're probably going to actually reduce your weight that you give to that person. And there's also good empirical evidence that this is actually are key features of how we actually track the believability of our social circle. Okay, so now we know what advisor strategies can be. We know what the client's updating rule is. Importantly, every player knows the full rules of the game. So every agent knows everything. And then we can solve this game. And I will show you the solve for one specific situation, but that actually generalized to other situations as well. And I'm going to show you how to solve this if the weight of the advisor 1 is 0.8, which means the weight advisor 2 is 0.2. And this means that advisor 1 is selected, right? It has the higher weight. And that's being selected is going to be a key feature actually of the story. So now what we can do, we can use the game theory theoretical approach of backward induction to ask, okay, what should an advisor actually do in the last round where it can still actually have an influence on the client? So of course, what it wants to try to do in that situation wants to try to make sure that it's also being chosen in the next round, because that's its ultimate aim. And what we can do is we can basically write out a matrix, or we can basically write out all possible combinations of the two strategies that the two advisors can give. So here you see all the possible 10 strategies of advisor 1, so range from 0 to 1. And here you see all the 10 strategies of advisor 2, again ranging from 0, meaning full confidence white, to 1, full confidence black. And this is for the scenario in which the black color actually wins. And the numbers that you see are the predicted weights for advisor 1. So given the combination of two strategies and outcome is black, this is the updated weight of advisor 1. And in purple, you will see all the values which are 0.5 or higher, which means if that happens, then also advisor 1 will be selected in the last round, right? So that is really the combination where advisor 1 wants to be. So for example, here in the diagonal, for example, you see that, of course, in these situations, both advisor 1 and 2 give exactly the same advice. They choose the same strategy, in which case there's status quo, and the updated weight actually remains at 0.8. You'll see probably notice that there's a larger portion of the spectrum here is purple, which of course makes sense because advisor 1 started with a higher initial weight to start with, right? So therefore, also after the updating, it has a higher, in some scenarios, it has a higher chance actually of keeping that advantage. So we can do exactly the same for if the outcome is white, in which scenario, of course, the whole pattern flips. And this allows us to actually derive the payoffs of advisor 1 and advisor 2 of all the possible scenarios. And of course, what advisor 1 basically wants, it basically, given black or white, ideally it would be selected in both of these scenarios. So here, for example, advisor 1 wants to be in these regions where, for both strategies, you actually see purple arising. And that is depicted here in this payoff matrix for advisor 1, where you see 3 parts, but it's part in the middle with the dark purple ones. These are the regions where no matter what happens, no matter if white or black actually is the correct outcome, it will actually be selected in the last round. So that's really where that advisor 1 wants to be. Then there are 2 other parts, P and Q, P being the likelihood that the outcome is going to be black, and Q the outcome that the likelihood that the outcome of the bet is going to be white. So this is a zero-sum game, meaning that one player's gain is the other player's loss. So the payoff of advisor 2 is basically 1 minus payoff of advisor 0. So that you see here in the other matrix, where it's basically the reversed pattern. Now we can use the strategy of now we can delete weakly dominated strategies to actually see what the rational strategy would be in the end. So for example, what you see here, for example, is that the strategy for advisor 1 to pick 1, so fully confident black, you see that strategy is actually being dominated by 8/9, because 8/9 is better or at least as good as 1. And the same is true then for 7/9, for 6/9, and we actually only are left with 5/9 here. So deleting the strategies for advisor 1 actually leads us to this reduced matrix, where actually advisor 1 only has 2 strategies remaining, 4/9 and 5/9. And now we can do the same from the perspective of advisor 2. And as you might see in advisor 2, there's a number of combinations where the outcome is 0/0 for advisor 2. And so, of course, these strategies get deleted. So in the end, the reduced matrix we end up with is relatively simple, and that's really only these 2 combinations of strategies, or 4 combinations of 2 strategies, where advisor 1. So that's here on this end. We see that advisor 1 is actually always randomizing with some probability between 4/9 and 5/9. So it's actually giving moderate advice. And advisor 2, so that is on top here on top, we see that advisor 2 is actually randomizing again with some probability between 0 and 1. So it's actually making a very extreme advice. And what this basically boils down to, what this exercise shows us, is that given all of these assumptions we make, that in this kind of environment, in the Nash equilibrium, what you actually should do is, if you are selected, so if you actually are already being chosen and you have the higher weight as an advisor, you should actually start recommending very moderate. So you should actually not go extreme. You should always communicate your advice with very low confidence, because you actually want to reduce the likelihood that you actually make a big error, which could cause you a big drop in your weight. Whereas on the other hand, if you are ignored, so if you're standing on the sideline, what you actually should do is you should go as extreme as possible, because knowing that you actually have a very low weight, you actually need to do something extreme to try to get actually out of that situation of not being under consideration. So the same basic rule, actually, also we get this if we look at the penultimate round. So if you look further back, of course, it becomes more complicated, but we get the same basic intuition, and also for different starting weights. So this finding is relatively robust, I would argue. And it's important to notice that actually here, both advisors do not necessarily report the truth, right? So they're actually not necessarily selecting strategies that reflect the evidence itself. So having derived this rational strategy, I want to spend the last part to testing this strategy. So what we did is we ran 7 pre-registered studies to test if humans actually follow such a rational strategy as compared to an honest advisor. So people actually fall for this strategy that I just introduced. And here's a schematic overview of the experiment. I'll also give you some screenshots to give you the idea of how this looked like. So we played this with human clients. So you have to imagine you are a participant and you get to see 2 advisors. You have to select which advisor to follow. And each of these advisors is programmed as either following this rational strategy or playing honest. So basically honestly communicating exactly the level of evidence that they observe. Then you have to choose an advisor. So let's say in this case, the participant selects advisor 2. You then get to see the advice that both advisors give to you. And in this case, you select advisor 2 and you see advisor 2 advised you that, okay, I think it's going to be white and I'm somewhat confident. So 2 out of 5 stars. So the stars here indicate the confidence level, but you all see that advisor 1 actually, he actually advised the opposite. So you follow the advice of the advisor that you selected. So that means you're actually betting on white. And then in the last instance, there's an outcome. So there's an outcome drawn from the evidence. And in this case, you won. Now we started this with single clients. So these were human participants making for 20 consecutive rounds a choice which of the 2 advisors to follow. And we ran 4 different studies with single participants. I won't go into details of all the studies, but for each of these panels on the x-axis, you see the round, so round 1 to 20. And on the y-axis, you see the likelihood that this rational strategy or rational advisor was selected. By chance, you expect a 0.5 here if there's no difference between honest and the rational advisor. You see that in almost all situations, we find pretty good evidence that the rational strategy actually trumps the honest strategy. We played this also with different uncertainty levels, and the red was the highest uncertainty level, and that actually was the best for the rational strategy, with uncertainty being actually how easy it was to predict the trial outcome. Then we moved on to looking at what would happen in majority voting groups. Of course, in elections, that's very often procedures like this are used, where many people are consulted independently and these votes are being aggregated. So in these experiments, what we did is we had groups of 5 individuals playing this together, but making independent choices, meaning they all independently decided which advisor to follow. And then these independent decisions were aggregated via a majority rule, meaning that if for example, 3 out of 5 would select advisor 1, the whole group would actually select advisor 1. So this is really an election-like procedure. And results here of 2 different experiments, one online, one in the lab, are shown here, with the green line being the independent decisions of the 5-person groups. And you see that already these independent decisions are again above or in favoring the rational strategy. And the dark blue line here is actually the majority vote itself. The majority vote itself was actually much more likely than the independent decisions to fall for that rational strategy. The red line is again an individual control condition. Then finally, we had a look at communicating diets. So what we had here, we had people come into the lab in 2-person groups, and these people played exactly the same game, but they actually first discussed with each other which advisor to select, seek consensus, and then decide which advisor to follow. Doing this, we again found relatively good evidence that also for diets, which here is the pink or purple line, that also for diets, it was more likely that this rational strategy actually drew the attention. It was more often selected by the diets. Again, the red is an individual control condition. Yeah, so one question one may ask here, or that we at least ask ourselves, is okay, how does this rational advisor actually gain social influence? What's the mechanism? Or another way of asking that same question is, what are the cues that participants use to actually change advisor? And the answer to this you see in these graphs here for 3 different conditions. So a human client was more likely to change advisors if, first of all, if they lost, which of course makes perfect sense. So if you lose a bet, of course you're probably inclined to actually seek different advice. But losing in itself was not the only thing that mattered. So it's not only win, stay, lose, shift. What also mattered actually is the red coloration here, is that this other advisor that you did not select, so the ignored one, that this one actually gave opposing advice from the advisor that you were following on that trial. So basically, if you lose and you see actually another advisor making a very different prediction, that really draws in your attention. And this is exactly, of course, what this rational strategy is doing, right? It's really trying to make itself distinct from an honest one when ignored, not when not ignored. That's the fascinating thing, I think. Once it's selected, it actually beautifully aligns and will actually go in favor of evidence. Can talk more about that later. So to sum up this work, so under these three conditions of information asymmetry, delegation of decisions, and future uncertainty, we see that there's one rational strategy emerging in the game that I've shown you, namely that if you as an advisor are selected, you actually should advise moderately. However, if you're ignored, you actually should go extreme. You should actually, go full out on what you, even if the evidence is not portraying this. In the experiments, I hope to have shown you that this rational strategy can actually sway individuals, majority voting groups, and also consensus-seeking diets. And so we believe that this actually of course, this does not explain misinformation and all. There's much more to say to this, and that's not what I claim. But I think it can help explain, at least to some extent, why you very often see that politicians, especially underdog politicians or who are new on the scene, that they will take relatively extreme or opposite positions from the ruling parties, really exactly to kind of make yourself distinct, to provide a different narrative, even if the evidence actually does not give you a lot of confidence that such a narrative would actually pan out. Another aspect, I think, where you can see this, for example, is if you see firms that make very good offers, if you know that you're actually if you actually are a member of a different firm, then they will really give you a very different perspective on what they have to offer you, as compared to when they actually know that you're, for example, really looking at the market and really playing the field. And you may also think of some other examples yourself where you actually might find some evidence for this strategy to actually, to gain social influence, so to speak. Okay, so that was what I wanted to share here with you in this talk. Thank you very much for all of your attention. I think, again, all my collaborators, and I'm presenting this work, but this was truly a big collaborative effort from these people you see listed here. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ralph, and thank you to all of the faces up there. I know 3 out of the 5, and I've individually seen parts of this work, so it was wonderful to see where this project has led to. And I was very impressive to see the three experiments side by side. I do have some clarification questions, if I might, while we wait for YouTube to catch up with us. So one of my questions was, did in the group scenario, so without, I assume, so they discuss, they don't discuss, in the group one, they don't discuss, they all just individually vote, and then you create an average of the group. Do they get any feedback, or do they just see what the average was, and then they can calculate the difference between my individual vote and the average vote?
Yeah, that's a good question. We also we were uncertain how to set it up in the end, because you can, of course, on the one hand say, okay, you give full disclosure, so you see how all of the 5 members are voting, and you could maybe even track the reputation of each of these 5 individuals, to really form beliefs about what they all might expect or what they believe. What we did is we actually made it as kind of like anonymous as possible, and also with very low information quality. You only saw what the group favored as a majority vote. So you only received, okay, advisor 1 was selected by your group, and you didn't see which individual decided for what. I mean, the feedback you got was, of course, whether the bet that you were following was actually correct or incorrect. So of course that gives you some way of knowing, of course, the quality of advice, but you did not see how each single group member in the group of 5 voted on which advisor to follow. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's exactly clear. So basically, they just calculated if they want to know whether they are voting with everybody, if they're on the right track. Because assumedly that's what you do, right? And that's why we always compare and we go, oh, am I voting for the right person? So all they can do really is compare their individual vote to the average.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think it's fascinating to run like a similar study where you actually see the opinions of others directly. So you actually see how each individual is voting, and then see if kind of like trying to achieve alignment with that with others may actually kind of like alter the benefit of the rational strategy. I think that's a very interesting question to ask. We didn't do it. We thought let's keep it as simple as possible because it was already like a kind of a complex design experiment with 5 people online.
Yeah.
So we thought,
No,
okay, let's not bombard them with more info.
No, it's perfectly normal and correct. I do have another clarification question because I do find this so interesting. Did the dyad make a joint decision again, or did they just, or do you do an average? Which is it more like the group scenario, or is it that they actually come up with a decision together and then?
So they were really they only had one keyboard in front of them, so they only had one keystroke to make, and we stimulated them or asked them to always, after each decision, to kind of like give the keyboard to the other person. But we asked them to always discuss first. So they really had to see consensus. And trying to at least make sure that they equally contributed to the key pressing. You know, we hoped at least to kind of like avoid that there's one person just always pressing the key and actually neglecting the communication itself. Yeah, so that's the implementation that we chose.
Yeah,
and
I mean, perfect. Yeah. I think what's nice about the 3 studies side by side is combined, you basically do get a sense, because it's just so consistent, that you do get a sense that this is just a general mechanism of how we get people to listen to us. So it was irrespective of the context, which I find quite, I was impressed that it's so consistent, that we are just so stupid as beasts. That we want to get people's attention, get that salience network going.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe one thing to hear, I think that if we for example tried also extreme. We also, if you play too much, if the rational strategy becomes too extreme, I mean, I would need to go into more detail then, but there is also a limit to this rational strategy. If you actually go too extreme, and for example, if the evidence in the environment is very high, but you consistently actually make extreme predictions against the evidence, at some point you will actually, an honest advisor will actually take over. So there are some areas here that I didn't have time to go into, where you'll see, okay, there's a limit to what overconfidence or going against the actual evidence can do in these situations. Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously the natural next question will be what happens when you don't have this asymmetry. So you had your 3 preconditions, but it'd be interesting when that asymmetry is not there, because assumedly voters do actually have a sense of what's going on around them. Maybe not always, but it would be nice to invite you back when you have maybe data on that, because that would be the best.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think kind of varying all these levels of these 3 key characteristics I introduced, I think that's a really nice step forward, and actually also can also maybe give us some indication of what kind of tools we could actually give to people to actually inoculate or harness them against such strategies. Where, for example, getting personal evidence yourself is of course one very prominent one.
Fantastic. Well, I want to thank you again so much for your time. We've heard about updating in voters. We've had updating in autistic individuals. And we now just have to say thank you for your time, your presentation, Ralph. And we get to introduce our last speaker of the morning, and indeed of the program, before our second workshop, and then our keynote this afternoon from Daniel Richardson. But thank you so much, Ralph. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. We are there, guys. It's Fantastic Friday. Have a lovely day. Hi, Dustin. You can join us now, mic and video and all. You're here in Technicolor.
Can you hear me?
I'm also yes, I can hear you, and we're both in pink, so it's a good day. You can share your slides, and without further ado, I have the very great pleasure of introducing our final speaker for the morning session, who is also based here in Munich, is a friend and collaborator, Justin Sulik, who will be talking about when and how mavericks help group problem solving. And first of all, hopefully he'll tell us what a maverick is. So over to you, Justin.
Right. Hi, good morning, everyone, or whatever time of day it happens to be for you. So before, as Merle says, I tell you what a maverick is, I want to highlight that the broader problem within which I'm talking about here is the role of diversity in collaborative problem solving. And doing science is problem solving. It's a wonderful example of problem solving. So generally, I'm going to be framing my examples and my discussion as though I'm focusing on the role of mavericks and diversity in doing science. But I think I am ultimately talking about problem solving generally. I should also say that when I'm talking about diversity here, I'm talking about cognitive diversity, because that's what's in all of these models. So that's diversity in knowledge, interests, abilities, cognitive styles, beliefs, perspectives. I'm not talking about demographic diversity today. Obviously, that's an extremely important topic. And quite apart from issues of justice and fairness, it does interact with the cognitive issues I'm talking about. But we're abstracting away from that in running these computational models that I'm talking about. So evidence has been building up over decades that science works better when we're not all the same. So for instance, we shouldn't all converge on the same optimal approach. Even if there's a theory or a method or something out there that is impactful, hard-hitting, benefiting society, going to get you published in Science, it doesn't mean that we should all latch onto that. Science as a whole, the group level outcomes will be better if we still pursue different things. We shouldn't have all the same priorities. Discovering new things is different from showing that things replicate. And it's very difficult to do all of that. And we need people to be invested in doing different aspects of this broader project. And we also shouldn't have access to the same people. If information spreads very quickly through a network and we know what everyone is doing at all times, then it's easier to latch on to the apparent optimum. And this can increase herding, for instance, or groupthink. So it's actually useful if we don't contact the same people, if basically if the flow of information is throttled in some way, if communication is throttled. So diversity is useful for problem solving, like doing science, but what kinds of diversity is my broader question. The two core factors that underlie all of these examples I've been talking about are firstly, how people gather information, and secondly, how information flows between people. And at the nexus of both of these is learning strategies. So learning strategies will affect what you're learning and how you're learning it, who you're learning from. And so potentially learning strategies or diversity of learning strategies is going to be an important part of the broader picture of how diversity benefits problem solving. So the question is diversity in learning strategies important for things like collective problem solving? So what do I mean by diversity in learning strategies? Well, there are several ways to look at it. And one way is to talk about these two broad classes of strategy. One is individual learning, where you learn directly from the world via your individual experience. So for instance, let's say I want to find the best restaurant in Munich. If I'm doing individual learning, I will go out and try a bunch of restaurants to see how good they are. The downside is that this is time consuming and expensive, and it's also risky. I might end up trying a bunch of bad restaurants to find one good one. On the other hand, there's social learning, which is learning from others. So instead of trying a bunch of restaurants, I can just get on the internet, get on Google, and look at some reviews, other people's experiences of restaurants. And that might make it a lot easier for me to find apparently the best restaurant. So copying other people is very efficient. On the other hand, this adds no new information to the group. Someone has to be trying restaurants at some point. So you really need both of these. And if these are on a continuum, we might call the extreme individualist a maverick and the extreme social learner a conformist. So we know that there is stable variation in people's social learning strategies. So for instance, some people are stably more maverick-like in their approach, and other people are more conformist. So we know that there is variation on these strategies. We also know from previous computational models that having a small number of mavericks helps the group as a whole. Mavericks are useful for group problem solving. So it seems like the answer to my initial question is yes. It seems like diversity in social learning strategies is useful for group level outcomes. But not so fast. The current research doesn't actually show that. So I'm going to quickly outline how this family of models works. I'm going to show why they don't actually make a positive argument for diversity. And then I'm going to show how you can tweak them by adding one missing ingredient that will, in fact, leverage diversity in social learning strategies to benefit group outcomes. All right, so these models typically assume some kind of epistemic landscape. There's an example on the screen there. So the landscape here, the ground coordinates basically represent different approaches, different frameworks, methods, theories, etc. And the height, the peaks, represent the epistemic value, how much we've learned, how good our science is, the benefit for impactful science, etc. The epistemic value of each thing. So for instance, you might, so this landscape, for instance, has two peaks. So for instance, let's just say this is the epistemic landscape of studying one particular disease. There might be multiple ways of treating this. Most of them might not have a great effect. Some of them might only treat the symptoms rather than the cause. Some of them might have negative side effects. So let's just say in this landscape, there are two optimal treatments for this disease. And the challenge is to find them, but not just find them. The aim here is not just to discover those two peaks as you are wandering around this epistemic landscape. The aim is actually to excavate as much of the landscape as efficiently as possible. So what I mean is, if people are wandering around this landscape trying to find a cure, it's not just that they have to get to the theory or the approach where the cure is. They have to do some work when they get there. They have to do some research and then publish a paper. And once they've done that, that peak is less useful because we know something about it already. And one reason I'm interested in that, and one reason it's particularly interesting for this venue, is that this addition that needs to excavate some of the landscape adds a pressure for coordination. Without that need, if it's just discovering the peaks, then you could just have two people discovering the peaks on their own without coordinating with anyone, and that's great. But if you need to excavate the landscape, then it helps to have other people follow you and help you excavate the thing that you've discovered to get the cure out to society as quickly as possible. Okay, so in this landscape, you have simulated agents who are wandering around looking for the best thing that they can find. They start on a random spot and they move in a random heading. And they have a basic exploration strategy, which is if you're traveling around this landscape and your heading involves you staying flat or going uphill, in other words, having success, you just keep going with your heading. But if you go downhill, if you start failing, if you are starting to find an area of the landscape that is worse than where you were, you pick a random direction. So this is what it might look like. There's a little agent, that's the dot that is moving around this landscape. And you'll notice this agent tends to stick to the higher parts of the landscape and avoid the valleys. They may dip into valleys occasionally to jump over to a neighboring peak. One thing I should say is that this landscape wraps around on both sides. So if you exit bottom left, you'll come back in top right, for instance. It's effectively a torus. What the excavation adds is something like this. So as you're wandering around, I don't know if it's easy to see on the screen. I know Zoom worsens the qualities of these videos, but the landscape under that agent is being excavated and is lowering. So once you've published your paper, there's less there. Obviously, if there's a higher peak, then there's still something to excavate. Okay, and this is how you implement a social learning strategy in this kind of framework. So if you're going downhill, if you're not succeeding, what you do is you find out, is anyone else doing better than I am? So you see if social learning might be beneficial for you. And you calculate the potential gain of the other people on your landscape. So important here, the gain is not just how high they are, if they're on the peak or not, it's also their distance from you. So if someone's on a peak but very far away, you might not gain much because you'd have to travel quite far to get there. So effectively, gain here means slope from your current position. So every agent has a social learning threshold. And if the potential gain is higher than that threshold, you set your heading for that target. Otherwise, you carry on with individual exploration. So for instance, this agent is a maverick. They have a very high threshold, which means effectively a narrow cone. And so they're not interested in most things. It's very hard to catch their attention. So that's why they're a maverick. On the other hand, this person has a very low threshold, a very broad cone, and it's quite easy to get their attention. And they may end up following someone else quite easily. And this is a sort of intermediate position. Okay, so putting it all together so far, how these models work is that you start in a random place on one of these landscapes with a random heading. You do some individual learning, which is some local random hill climbing. If you start failing, you see how everyone else is doing. And if someone is doing better than you, and the gain from following them is above your social learning threshold, you will head their way. Otherwise, you'll just carry on with individual learning. All right, so this is just replicating previous work here. So this is what it looks like if everyone's conformist. So these are the little agents wandering around the landscape. They all quickly herd onto that central peak the minute someone has discovered it. And the thing about conformists is that they tend to stick close. So they've excavated that peak. There's nothing else to gain there, but they're not really exploring the rest of the landscape. They're still stuck close together because they're conformists. On the other hand, if you have some mavericks like this, they will discover both peaks. It might not be easy to see here, but there's a central peak. And then because there's a torus, the thing sticking up in all corners of this landscape is the same peak. It's a second peak. And so mavericks are more likely to discover that second peak, for instance, and excavate both of them. You can see, though, this is more inefficient. They're excavating more slowly because there are fewer of them there. So again, just replicating previous findings, conformists tend to discover a peak and excavate it quickly, but then they plateau. It's very hard for them to spread out across the landscape and discover a second peak. On the other hand, mavericks are more likely to do that. So this is what we know so far. So it seems like diversity, having some mavericks and some conformists might be a good idea. One thing you can add to this kind of model is graded social learning. So for instance, a low number here is a low threshold, meaning you're a conformist, and a high number means you have a high threshold and you're more of a maverick. And having a higher threshold overall is better because then the group is more likely to discover the second peak. Okay, so the first question, is this really telling us anything about diversity? And the first thing I add to previous models is this difference over here. So imagine each dot represents an agent. You can either have a heterogeneous or diverse population like the red on the left, where we, let's say, have 2 mavericks and 8 conformists, or we could have a homogeneous population like on the right in blue, where we have everyone with the same social learning strategy, mostly conformist. The important point here is that the mean social learning strategy of both groups is the same, and that's in the dotted black line. So they have the same group mean social learning social threshold, but in one, everyone's on that mean, and the other one, they're spread out around that mean. Now, if you implement this, which is the difference between the 2 panels here, heterogeneous or diverse versus homogeneous or non-diverse, there is no difference. Being more maverick in either case is useful, but it doesn't matter if you're spread out around the group mean or everyone is on the group mean. So in other words, there's no benefit to diversity really, according to the current literature, even though they make a claim for a benefit. So the next question is then, what, if anything, could leverage diversity? Can we do anything to see why diversity might be beneficial? And to do this, I'm adding one parameter, which is called tolerance to failure. So an individual with tolerance T will only pull others if going downhill by more than T. So previously in the current literature, what happens is if you're going downhill at all, meaning your current position minus your previous position is less than 0, you start, social learning kicks in and you check if the gain is above your threshold, so your particular threshold. Now it's just that the same thing needs to be less than threshold T. So in other words, you can if you have a higher threshold, you can handle going downhill a little bit before you start panicking and checking how everyone else is doing, if anyone's more successful than you. So the basic message is that adding in this one parameter does leverage a benefit of diversity. So in blue is the homogeneous population. This parameter tolerance has no effect, but in the heterogeneous diverse population, increasing tolerance does have an effect. And as you can see, the y-axis is the amount of epistemic benefit here, and it's higher for higher tolerant groups. So just to be very, very clear, the current literature is sitting at x equals 0 on this plot, and that's why there's no benefit for diversity. Whereas in fact, as you move away from x equals 0, there is a benefit for diversity. So in other words, tolerance to failure is an important part of the picture that's currently missing. So what actually does it do? One of the really interesting things is that it has this synergistic boost on conformists. So if you compare the two panels here, the heterogeneous and the homogeneous populations, the color is showing you the social learning threshold. So red, lower down, is more conformist, and blue, higher up, is more maverick. And so you can see the benefit for diversity in a more maverick population. The change from the right to the left panel in the blue line is not huge. But there is a huge change in the red line going from the right to the left panel. So in other words, having this tolerance of failure doesn't help conformists if everyone has the same mean. What it does do is, if there are some mavericks around, those conformists benefit massively from this boost to tolerance. So how is this affected by having a variable social threshold or a variable strategy? And the point here is that realistically, we know from real world data that our learning strategies are variable. No one is 100% maverick all of the time. No one's 100% conformist all of the time. After many failures, even the most stubborn maverick might look to others for help. In fact, one thing that's known is that the more difficult the problem, the more likely we are to fail, the more likely we are to rely on social learning. So next I had a parameter resilience. And what this does is that at each failure, you decrease your social threshold by R. It's a multiplicative effect. So your new threshold will be R times your previous threshold every time you fail. So that just is implementing the real world finding that the more we fail, the more likely we are to just look around and see what everyone else is doing. So we have a lower threshold the more we're failing. So resilience is on the x-axis there. So in other words, the current literature is sitting at x equals 1. This x parameter is showing a little bit more of the space of possibilities. It's not very obvious here, so I'll skip to the next plot quickly. But it looks like there may be a hint that the red line is slightly shallower, slightly less steep here, which means that having tolerance to failure in the model might make you more robust, more resilient, in other words. So adding in an explicit index of tolerance to failure here. So the panels represent tolerance to failure, increasing as you go from left to right. Again, the current literature is sitting in the left panel where tolerance to failure is 0. As soon as you start increasing tolerance, this was the previous finding I mentioned, now you get an effect of diversity, a benefit to diversity. But one other thing you can see is that the rightmost panel, that the negative effect of resilience, the negative, negative as you go down, but I guess it's a positive slope. But at any rate, the slope of the red line in the rightmost panel is shallower. So in other words, the cost of being non-resilient is less bad for you if you are in a diverse group with some tolerance to failure. I'm going to skip this just because that's getting complicated. And finally, one question is, what kinds of problems does this all matter for? So this is not an innovation. This is a thing that's typically done, is having a noise parameter. So the left panel there is low noise and the right parameter is higher noise. And just in case it's not easy to see these dark blue shades on your screen, the landscape on the right-hand side is rougher, more variable, less predictable, more complex is what it boils down to. And so one really interesting finding is that this benefit for diversity of having some tolerance to failure is spiking in the middle for moderately complex problems. It's there for more complex problems, but it's just really exaggerated for moderately complex problems. And this is a 3 or a 4-way interaction, I can't remember, but at any rate, there's a lot of information here, so let me just talk you through it. The interesting question here is, when is there a benefit for diversity? In other words, where is the red line furthest from the blue line? And having tolerance, which is the main new parameter I've added as your x-axis, you can see that an increase in tolerance really leverages diversity for middlingly complex problems, which is in the middle at noise 6, but also when your population is mostly conformist. So it's your social threshold, that's the rows going down. So the top row is people are on average more conformist, and the bottom row is people on average are more maverick. And the thing is that realistically, we know mavericks are rare. You're not going to get a population that's 50% maverick, 50% conformist. Mavericks are just not that common. So in the real world, the top row is the more likely kind of scenario. And so tolerance gives you a bigger boost to diversity for moderately complex problems, that's the middle column, and in realistically conformist society, that's the top row. So what have we learned? If you add tolerance into these models, when it comes to group level benefits, diversity in social learning is tightly bound up with diversity in values. And that's what tolerance of failure really is. You have to not mind failing so often. You have to mind not having a great paper to publish every few months if you're going to be a maverick. There is a cost to you. The next thing we've learned is that, well, we know previously people aren't resilient. What we've learned is that combining this tolerance of failure with diversity can reduce the negative effect of having lower resilience. And we've also learned from the noise parameter that there's not much difference for these things on easy problems, but for moderately complex problems, the boost to diversity of tolerance is large. I'm out of time, so I'm going to skip the future work and just leave you my research question and my answer over there. And I've not been following the YouTube thing, so maybe Merle can tell me if there are any questions.
First of all, thank you, Justin. We need to thank our speakers first before we jump into the heavy questions. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. And it is true that the many interactions on the penultimate slide made for some inspiration. Like I have to think a little bit to try and capture all of that, but your summary was perfect. So I have screenshotted that for myself to have a think about that. I have to give YouTube a chance to catch up because we're a little bit ahead of the YouTube stream. Bahar actually says she has so many questions, so that's just popped up. Here's one. How about when you add individual gain relative to group gain? And another, any ideas on how to move this modeling work to experiments?
Right, two very, very good questions. I read the individual gain versus group gain. I've not really looked at that. I will ultimately start expanding this model, but one reason I haven't is that we know from previous work, a paper by, I forget her first name, but her surname is Thoma, 2015 in Synthese, shows that basically mavericks on average have very little individual gain. So in other words, for all of this to work and for there to be a benefit of diversity, you need people who are okay with that. So yeah, it will be useful to combine these two previous approaches to the model. One about the excavating the landscape and me having added tolerance to diversity, and the other strand in this tradition, which is what about individual gain? And yes, I do hope to combine those. moving this to experiments, I ultimately would like to set people a science-like task where you have to generate hypotheses and then test them. I'm reluctant to do that until I know more about this parameter space, because, you know, as you could see from that complex series of plots at the end, there are lots of parameters, and we need to know a lot more about how they work. And I need to be more confident about that before I start worrying about experiments. But, you know, I'm primarily an experimentalist who just does some modeling when there's a complex question that I can't do experiments on yet. So ultimately, I will definitely be bringing this back to experiments and group experiments.
I have a question for you. You mentioned right in the beginning, well, not in the beginning of your talk, but before you started talking about resilience and tolerance, you mentioned that people, when they enter this landscape, they do an individual search first, and that at some point, they decide to move into a social mode. And obviously some of those same factors will become relevant, but one of the key topics of discussion over the last few days has been this idea of transitions, which seems so important because they might give you an indication of strategies people use later. And maybe the trigger that switches you from an individualistic to a more social learning strategy to begin with is actually how you decide later on whether to continue to seek social information or not. So I wonder if you have any insight into that very first transition.
It's, to be honest, one thing I'm really struggling with the current literature on this, because there are some experiments that make it look like the human default is to be a maverick, to try your own way before you basically cave in and see what everyone else is doing. But on other experiments, they seem to show that the human default is to be a conformist. We are a very social species. And there is this glaring contradiction in the literature using different tasks and different approaches. And we need to know a lot more about what a maverick is or how these strategies work. And yeah, basically, this is just a huge current gap. And I think the major gap is understanding the task properties, because there are different traditions showing, you know, people are basically maverick versus people are basically conformist. And they use very different tasks. And it's really hard to compare those until we can build some kind of parameterizable halfway task where we can make it more like that one or like that one, depending to try and pull apart this apparent contradiction.
Do you currently model that transition point, or when you have your simulation, is it just that they basically, once they're in the landscape, they switch into a social mode? So
they just start out with some random threshold that depends on the parameters, depending on how high I want to make the population average.
Okay.
So the beginning here is just kind of set for them by me. And how quickly they transition to social learning in this case is dependent on something like the ruggedness of the landscape. If it's a fairly smooth landscape, they have a higher chance of either going flat or going uphill. And so they will continue in their initial trajectory for some time. But if it's a very rough landscape, they will start going downhill pretty soon. And so they're more likely to start social learning. And this is consistent with a lot of what we know from cultural evolution, which is really where social learning is, I think, most sophisticatedly studied. This particular dimension is most sophisticatedly studied currently, which is that the complexity of the landscape, the ruggedness of the landscape is one thing that will affect what the baseline is, the starting point, in other words. So yeah, I guess the short answer to your question is it probably mostly depends on the ruggedness of the landscape, the task complexity.
So I think that's a great place to basically put a bookend to this session. We started with Pedro Passos talking about a similar idea that depending on the field that you're playing on and the context of the task at hand, you very much vary which kind of coordination strategies you might use and what we as experimentalists might want to measure. And then we've also had this common theme over the last few talks about updating. When do you use information and how do you use that information? So thank you so much, Justin, for bringing us to a close here in the morning session. We have a workshop starting in an hour and a half on creative coordination. You could say that problem solving is a form of creativity, but we're probably going to be focusing more on artistic creativity. And we hope that as many of you will join us either on the YouTube, or if you've registered, we'll see you in the YouTube, in the Zoom workshop meeting. So from me, thank you very much to all our speakers this morning. To you, Justin, I hope you all have a lovely Friday if you're not able to continue with us here at Social Bridges, and we'll be back very soon.
Hello. I think I may be in the wrong place.
You're in the perfectly right place.
I think I might be supposed to be in the one where I'm just watching.
Oh, you just want to watch?
I'm not sure. I'm
Or are you going to take?
a former student of mine invited me, and I thought it was just, I didn't know there were choices. Hello.
Well, you are welcome to either be part of the workshop, in which case you'll have to take part in our exercise or mirror game. But it's completely up to you. If you just like to watch, you can just join us on the YouTube link.
Okay. All right. I don't know what I've just done any. I have no idea. I can see that it's about social bridges. I mean, I'm a teacher. I think it would probably be better if I watch.
Okay, no problem at all. Do you have the YouTube link?
I do. I do.
Well,
thank you.
Enjoy it. No problem.
As well. Thanks.
Have a great day. Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hello. I think Zoom has added that little while you're connecting moment to make Zoom even more awkward. You're like, I know I can't talk, but I know they can talk to me. Hello, Julia. It's nice to meet you through Zoom.
Hello, nice to meet you too.
Hey everybody.
Hi, you are. How are you?
Good, good. Good to be here.
Nice to have you. We're going to slowly but surely get started. We wait for a couple more people to join us. Have some more people joining. Phoenix is there. There's Yasmin. Okay, well, I'll start introducing everybody, and then as people arrive, we can embarrass them for being late. First of all, welcome everybody. It's very nice to see so many people joining us for the workshop. We've had a very successful workshop yesterday, so I feel elated, but probably my expectations are far too high. So it's all right if everything crashes. I've had one great workshop already, so this is extra icing on the cake. It's my very, very great pleasure to welcome you to our second workshop, Social Bridges. The main reason for these workshops is because we don't have the luxury of tapping somebody on the shoulder and saying, something mundane like, do you have a pen? And then striking up a conversation and realizing you have lots in common. And then 10 years later, you're still collaborating. So we need other ways to make sure that we interact. And the other main mission of Social Bridges, and it's in the name, is that we need to bridge communities, bridge disciplines. I'm a strong believer in realizing that we can't possibly have all perspectives at once. And so we need the help of other people's eyes and ears. And so the hope for this specific workshop is to make sure that we're listening to everybody out there who might be doing things similar to us. And I think we're all very lucky to work in a field which has a lot of bearing on, everyday life, but also pretty much every other discipline. So we've got a really great assortment of expertise on the screen, and I'm hoping we can take advantage of that. The hope is to make us do a bit of work as well as have a lot of fun. And to that end, I thought I would just share my screen with you quickly with what I think is the overview for today. So the plan is that we're going to make you do some work. We're going to do a little mirror game exercise. And for that, I have my very wonderful colleagues, Felix and Yasmin, who you probably know because they've been emailing you, who are going to lead us through what I think is going to be a live experience of what it is to coordinate with other people and see how awfully wrong it can go, but also how awfully great it can be when it does go well. And then we'll probably hopefully have lots of reasons to talk. And these are a couple of questions that we can come back to and refer to, but I will add those back on screen when the time comes, when it's appropriate. But before we do that, why don't I pass you on to Felix, who is going to just tell you a little bit about what we're going to be doing. And then he, I think, is going to pass on to Yasmin.
Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you here at Social Bridges. I'm really glad you could make the time. So what we've prepared is a short exercise, and Yasmin will be your moderator. We will have a pair doing a demo of the exercise, so you don't have to worry, you will know what is expected of you. You just have to observe the demonstration, and I'll hand over to Yasmin now.
Thank you, Merle, and thank you, Felix, for the introduction. I'm extremely honored to be here, and I'm very pleased to see all of you. So we are going to do an exercise, which I'm sure some of you are familiar with, from either having done the exercise before or maybe having listened to some of our presentations on Wednesday and yesterday, or maybe even having used the exercise as a paradigm in your research. So the exercise is named the mirror game, where we will try and mirror each other's movements. So what will happen is that we will pair you up into dyads, where one of you will be the leader and the other the follower. So the leader will initiate and guide the movement while making sure, of course, that the follower can keep up with their movements. The exercise is, after all, named the mirror game. So my advice would be to be as precise and as slow with your movements as possible. So much so that a third person watching you, me in this case, should not be able to tell which one of you is the leader and which one of you is a follower. So the goal would be to move as one body, as one organism. So please keep in mind, again, that the exercise is called the mirror game, and we're trying to mirror each other's movements. So just as a warm-up, and so that we are all familiar with the exercise, I have chosen a couple from our dyads to demonstrate what I've been talking about, and the lucky couple will be Felix and Semih Aksoy, Salim, if that's okay with you. Okay, great. So why don't you greet one another? Say hello.
Hello, everybody, and hello, Felix.
Hello, Semih. Glad you're here.
Hello.
Okay. So for now, Salim, you'll be our leader, and Felix, you're the follower. So please move however you like, as freely as you want. And you pin them on the screen, perhaps?
Yeah, I was just thinking of this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
and
we just
maybe,
started.
Maybe you could each pin your respective partners on your screen.
I'm seeing myself now. I cannot pin Felix. Exactly, I'm a mirror. Yeah, now I think. Okay, we start.
Merle, have you? We can't hear you.
I think Merle, you're muted.
I have put you guys in the middle of my screen, so what everybody on YouTube is seeing is you two next to each other. But pinning it only pins it for me. It doesn't pin onto YouTube, unfortunately. So go ahead, Felix and Simi. You're in the middle of my screen, so you're in the middle of my world. Go ahead.
I'm going to be following Semi now. So Semi, you can
Okay.
take it from here.
Thank you. That was actually perfect. Thank you for setting it very high. Let me introduce other dyads. Travis and Julien, if I'm pronouncing.
Julien, perfect.
Okay, and Travis, you will be the leader, and Julien, you're the follower. You are going to have to help me with your name, Yuval, is that correct? Okay, perfect. You are the leader, and you'll be doing the exercise with Sardar, who is the follower. And Diane, Miss Stillman, will be doing the exercise with Masis. And Diane, you'll be the you'll be the leader, and Masis, you'll be the follower. And Alexander, you'll be doing the exercise with Merle. And you will be the leader, Alexander, and Merle, you will be the follower, please. So if each of you could pin your partners to your screens, and the way to do that is that we all have 3 dots on the right top corner of our screens. So you click that and you say pin. Has that worked for all of you? Okay, let's greet one another. Say hello.
Hey, Sarah.
Hello.
Hello,
Nice to
Diane.
meet you.
How are you?
Thank you. I'm fine. How are you?
Okay. So again, just as a warm-up, let's start moving together with our partners. Leaders, please make sure that your followers can keep up with you, okay? You can move however you wish, no constraints. Go ahead.
Okay, Alexander, let's do this. Who is the leader?
Me.
Okay, I'm following.
Sally, I'm very sorry. You can do the exercise with Olga, please. And Sally, you again are the leader. I'm very sorry. Olga, can you see Semih Ali?
Hi.
Or again with Felix? So continue on with your partnership, please. Okay, some of you are really getting it. All right. Please stay in the flow and continue moving while I'm speaking. And throughout the exercise, let's try not to interrupt the flow of the movement in any way whatsoever. Now, please, without interrupting the flow, start brushing your teeth. And once you are done with that, start shaving your face. So first we brush our teeth and then we shave our faces. Followers, try to mirror your leaders as closely as possible. Let's be slow, let's be precise. All right, now again, without interrupting the flow, please reverse the roles. So the followers are now the leaders and the leaders are now the followers. You can start over, it's fine. Your partner is Serdar, Yuval. It's okay. Okay, I see that some of you have already started doing that, but now I'm going to ask you to stop shaving and start moving your hands within the frame of the screen in an abstract way. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you can briefly, while staying in the moment, look at what I'm doing. So just move your hands and arms within the frame of the screen in an abstract way. The roles are intact. Let's remember to be slow. And now the roles are dissolved. There are no leaders, there are no followers. Please try and keep mirroring one another. There are no leaders, there are no followers. Merle, I'm going to hand over to you now.
Okay, so if anybody did not enjoy that, I'm very sorry. I find it incredibly meditative and it's so quiet and peaceful and wonderful. But thank you very much for playing along. Thank you very much to Yasmin, first of all, for moderating us, but also for the wonderful idea of doing this with you all, because if nothing else, how else better to get to know people that you don't know? We now know you so well. We can follow your very strangest moves and we know how you brush your teeth. How intimate is that? So we're now going to move on to an exercise which is probably more topical, in that we're now going to try and do the same again as a group. I'm going to ask Yasmin to moderate again, and sadly it means she can't take part, but maybe you can. But we're going to try and now work together as a group.
All right. So now I think because Semihali has put on a wonderful exercise, how about we designate him as our group leader? We are just, all of us, so that I also can participate. We are going to mirror his movements. Can everyone see Semihali? If you could pin him to your screens. And Merle, right now we should be in gallery view, I think, for the, yeah.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready. now only the hands. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was incredible. Thank you so much first to Semi and to Yasmin for allowing us to bond in that way. And the smiles on the screens, I hope doesn't mean awkward. It means, yay, that was wonderful. But if it's awkward, my apologies. So the plan was to try and get us to do a dyadic task and a group task, which we've now done. But hopefully you also saw that there were two very different types of coordination tasks within that. There was a more defined one where the repertoire was a little bit more fixed, namely where you brush your teeth and shave your face. Obviously there is variation upon a theme, but it is more restricted, whereas the sort of abstract hand movement is just that. It is much more unbounded in terms of how much you can do with those two limbs. And maybe one of the things we can think about as we go forward in this workshop is what are those restrictions to creativity? And is it a restriction to provide definition, provide those limitations? But before we do that, what we've really only done is visual coordination through our body, right? We've only used the visual modality to help us synchronize with one another. So we're going to try and see what Zoom allows us to do in the auditory domain. Now, we are fully aware that there is a lag. We are fully aware that this could go horribly, horribly, horribly wrong. But I have done this before, and by the end of the song, everybody was more or less in sync. Or at least let's just say relatively, the end was better than the beginning. So if you'll unmute yourself, and I don't know if it is anybody's birthday today, but if it's not, it's everybody's unbirthday. And we'll just sing to Mr. President. Let's all inhabit our own inner Marilyn Monroe and sing to Mr. President. And I'm hoping that if we start, happy birthday.
Anyway, we want to switch off our cameras, right?
Sure, let's switch off our cameras so
Let's
that we
switch
don't
off the
get
cameras.
embarrassed.
Let's take away the visual modality.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday,
Mr. President. Happy birthday to you. Okay, so Zoom is terrible. Zoom is awful to us.
I hope it doesn't go on YouTube.
No.
Yeah, so the auditory modality is very unforgiving, right? I mean, that's the nature of the auditory modality, right? We're so sensitive to very small variations in tone and timing. it makes it very difficult. And maybe one other thing that you noticed is, in the visual modality, because it's a motion sensor, the slower you go, the better it gets, right? You can pick up on those motion parameters much better. But another question we can start to think about is what happens in artistic creation or forms of artistic coordination where we require our artists to coordinate across multiple modalities. Isn't it an incredible feat that they can use these different modalities that have very different capabilities and limitations? So the hope was that you got a sense of what it is to coordinate with, in this case, a group of, I can count, 13, and people we don't know. So the other incredible thing there is that, some of us might know some other people, but we definitely don't know each other as a group. And aren't we an incredible species to create and coordinate with people we have no knowledge of beforehand? So I think it's been a great exercise, but now let's do some of the work. So I'd love to hear some people's thoughts on what the difference was between coordinating in the dyad and coordinating the group. That's one big question. What strategies did you use primarily? And then how did it feel? So what I'd like to do is go through the dyads one at a time, and you'll have to remind me who was in each of those dyads. But if you could tell me how it felt in your dyad, how fun or engaging was it on a scale of 1 to 7? And how coordinated do you think you were? So we'll start with Julien go ahead. You go ahead, Cedar. You start.
Well, I would like to start with an apology. Obviously, a very important part of coordination is being awake. It's about 7:30 here in New York. And perhaps, intelligence. I paired to a partner, unfortunately. So for the first half, my partner must have been very frustrated. And then in the second part, I frantically searched and I found my right partner. So apologies first. And then to the extent I could follow the first one, because the problem, I was having great fun, thinking I was perfectly coordinated, aligning with my partner. So the first part was terrific for me, although it was probably totally false. The group coordination obviously was somehow easier. I can't explain why. More natural, easier. Perhaps I wasn't now worried about partner differences. Entirely my own fault. So
would you say you enjoyed, which one did you enjoy the most? And if you could give me like a hard scientific rating of 1 to 7, 1 not fun at all or not engaging at all, and 7 very engaging, how would you compare working in the dyad versus working in the group?
You want scientific answers from an artist. Okay.
I know, go ahead.
Again, because I was in the wrong dyad, I was in error. I enjoyed to the point where I could, when I discovered my error, it was a great deal of fun. I would say, 8 or 9 over 10, for instance. The group was probably 9 or 10 for me. And again, it's just a gut feeling. Not, I don't think I can explain why I have that sense.
That's not a problem. How about we move to Yuval? How did you feel about the exercise?
So I enjoyed more the dyad. It felt like more contact, more personal. In a sense, the group we were sort of together. I didn't manage to mimic the agility of Sami's face. But
we're not all blessed with such incredible muscles.
Right. But somehow I enjoyed more the dyad. So the dyad would be 6.5, and the group was for me it was like 4.5, 4.
Okay, we'll move to Travis. I'm doing this in no particular order, so good luck, Felix, putting this together afterwards. But go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say. I guess it felt quite.
You're a scientist, you should always know what to say.
I think in the dyadic context, there was a very sort of like visceral or meditative quality about just trying to think of what kind of movements to create, and making sure that Julian and I were that I wasn't skipping ahead, and having the feedback of like myself as well was a bit difficult to kind of like regulate, and also see what like he might be seeing. So there was a bit of perspective taking. For the group condition, I pinned Semi's video. So I only really saw him, but then I guess I felt maybe that there was still that connection, but yeah, that he was more broadly coordinating with everyone, or just leading. And yeah, so I don't know if I had to give ratings, then I think I preferred the dyadic context as well, but both were similarly dyadic for me.
Can you give us a number?
Sure, 6 for dyadic, and yeah, 5 for group.
These middling average numbers, man. Okay. What about asking Semi, you, the man with the muscles?
Yeah, I mean, it was different. I used to be like the leading one and the following one. To be honest, I enjoyed more to follow when we do diet. So I don't know, how does it feel to follow in group 1? I don't know. I agree with the others' comments. Like when we are diet, it was like I feel with Felix now. I don't know who is he, but I feel like he's my friend now. I want to hug him. Like, you know, there's kind of connection with him. I feel in the group. I mean, in the group I have fun because it was in review, yeah, like speaker view. I don't know which one is which, but I see a few at the same time. So it was so impressive to see everybody's like doing the movements, like, and after a moment I feel everybody's more or less like very coordinated. So, and even though like the mimics are different, the feeling were same. So I think the muscle part is, I don't know, not important, but the expression part is more important. So I feel that, and it was like kind of feeling, I don't know, highness, everybody together. It was interesting to see on my screen like this.
Well, why don't you give us a rating as a function of being the leader in the diet and a leader in the group, so that we have some nice scientific comparability.
I had more fun as a leader in the group because of this feeling.
All powerful,
maybe,
yes, I know.
7/7, like the group is 6, and the other is 5 plus 5.
Can you put it on a scale of 10, because we were moved to a scale of 10.
Okay. 1 is like
1 is
8,
terrible, 10 is great.
and the other is 8.
Okay, did you get that, Felix?
Okay, like 8.5 and 8.
Okay,
8.5 and 8.
Okay.
Okay. 8.5 and 8, right?
Yeah. What about you, Alexander? You can unmute yourself, and then we can hear you.
Yeah, I definitely resonate with what others had to say. It was much more personal on the dyadic and in the dyadic test. And it's very interesting to see that you seem to get to know the other person quite interesting because of the slow movements and the immediate response that you get from the other part. But Merle, I think we did a fairly good job. I think we were good. So I will give a yeah. What are we supposed to rate? Do we supposed to rate the experience or
your engagement? Yeah. How engaged did you feel, and then how coordinated?
Oh, I was definitely put on the spotlight during the dyadic task. So dyadic task definitely 10. So it was much engaged because I felt like in an improv theater and somebody's putting your connection. So in the group performance task, I have to hand off to Samis creativity because we were much less creative than Samis was with his facial expression. That was amazing. Though in the group performance task, yeah, as you're part of the group, you feel like the focus distribution is the focus of attention is less on you. So you geez, I lost the word.
It'll come back. They always do.
Yes. So you feel like a fish in a big swarm. So I would say I would give us a solid the group a solid 8.
Very nice. What about you, Julien? Why don't you tell us about your experience?
I would start with the group. I also had Semi in most of my screen, so it didn't feel like a group actually, although I had a little peripheral vision of the others. I would put a 5 because of that, because it didn't feel as a group, and I've done Mirror Game as a group, and I know how crazy it can get. But a 5 still, because Semi was a very good leader, and I was really enjoying the task. I was just missing the group part of it. For the dyadic, I would put a 7, 8, something, say 7.5, because I enjoy it. I was at some point frustrated because of the delays due to the connection, but at the same time excited by it because it's a new way of playing the games. I have played the Mirror games many times, so there was some novelty in this special condition. And what I realized is that this delay was mostly problematic for the mutual condition to install a flow and get into creative momentum that is completely intersubjective. I find that with this remote way of connecting, it's harder to do than in real life. So there is a bit of mixed feeling because at the same time there was a frustration compared to the real life, and also some excitement because of the novelties of the technological conditions of the Mirror game. So thank you for making us experience this new way of mirroring.
It's an experience, right? What about you, Masis?
Hello, everybody, first of all. Thank you
for
this wonderful exercise, and Semi, congratulations once again. Well, I had different things on the spot in these two different experiences because they were both strongest parts. In dyad exercise, of course, there was a much more intense and deeper connection between your partner. You had a chance to see and explore your partner's much more, and her expressions as well. In the group exercise, also Semi was pinned for some seconds. Then I thought, no, there should be something wrong. To get the impression, to get the feeling much more, I changed to the speaker view, so I've seen everybody. The strongest part of the group exercise was, of course, not one by one, but having this experience together with 12 people at the same time. So the power of these exercises were being together and doing the same things and trying to be synchronized, not only in two, but all together. So my impressions are for dyads 8.5, and for group exercise 8.
We're getting some nice experience. It's good. It's great. What about you, Felix? I'm putting you on the spot now. You love this exercise, so you're only going to be positive.
Yeah, I'm going to have to just do 10 and 10. No. Yeah, I very much agree with Masis. I had for the group exercise, I put everyone on, I switched to gallery view, and I was actually had everyone on my screen. And what was really fascinating was this feeling of, just feeling of being part of a swarm, and you had everyone was, and I could feel that as the exercise was going on, we were being more and more coordinated. And that was a lot of fun. And it felt like that was something I hadn't done in a really long time. Felt like being part of a larger group, a group of like 10 plus people. That just hasn't happened in a very, very long time. And that feeling that, you know, I had before, obviously before the pandemic, that sort of, there was a semblance of that. And I think I really enjoyed that. But I also have to say with Semi Ali in the dyad, it was really fascinating. I had so much fun with him and following him. And it was really exactly what he was saying earlier, that you feel this really strong connection to someone you'd never met before, just because you were mirroring each other for a little while. And I have to say that the moment where Yasemin took away the leader-follower roles and we were basically free to move as we wanted, and I was still looking at Semi Ali and he was looking at me, and we were moving together, and this restriction was taken away, and we had this understanding of you know, passing on the leader role to the other, just sort of seamlessly. There was a real, there were no interruption. It was just, we were passing it. I was the leader for a couple of seconds, then he was the leader for a couple of seconds. And that interaction of non-verbally, seamlessly passing on the leader-follower role, that for me was absolutely the highlight. So I'm gonna go at 10 for the dyad and a 9 for the group.
Okay, great. Well, I hope that just, Diane, would you like to say something? I wasn't sure. Would you like to tell us about your experience?
Sure.
Me? Yeah, hi everyone.
You're saying, okay.
Diane,
Go
ahead, Chet. Yeah, go ahead. No, whoever would like to speak may speak. This is an open forum. Go ahead. What did you experience?
I just wanted to say that I joined in the middle of the group exercise because I had an issue with the link. And that was really interesting because I actually didn't know what you guys are doing. I'm familiar with this exercise, but I didn't know who was the leader. So I put everyone on gallery mode, and I just started looking, like observing who was leading this group, and it was kind of interesting because I looked at everyone because I was trying to figure out if you told someone to lead or whether this is like an open session. So it was really nice. And I can like give a rate only to the group exercise. So I would say 9.
Excellent. Okay, and then Diane, would you like to say something?
Sure. I've been doing this for a long time, and it's astonishing to me and humbling that it never occurred to me to try this with my Zoom class. So thanks. With the dyad, it was very intimate, and it's 8 o'clock, 8:30 now. I was just waking up, and it was luxurious to sort of, I was the leader first. And so there was a kindness. It's amazing through the screen, that kindness of like without even speaking, staying at each other's pace. And then by the time we switched roles, after we brushed our teeth and shaved our faces, we accelerated and moved into much more diverse movements, and it felt like I was on a ride. It was it was just like the beginning, and then it was really lovely. So just that visceral experience was really wonderful. It was very intensely focused because there's this in the back of my mind, this potential for screen issues to happen. So it's much more focused than it would be necessarily in person. There's no time for nervousness or whatever. It's just pure enjoyment and focus. So I'd give that I'd go 10. And if you want it to be realistic, I guess you could say a 9. But honestly, it felt like one of the best mirroring experiences I've had and this is the first time it's not been in person. And in the group, unfortunately, I pinned Semi, as wonderful as you were. I kept wanting to unpin him, but then I'm like, no, I'll blow the whole movement thing. So I didn't. So that pulled me out of it a little bit, but I could peripherally see people, and I felt that sort of group energy through the screen. And I don't think that's something I was manifesting on my own. So I found that remarkable. But I didn't feel as connected. So it was really just two different things. If I had to rate them in terms of which experience would I want to do again, then the dyad would be a 10 and the group would be like a 7, I think.
That is, well, I have to say that I am humbled by you saying this is the most, the best mirror experience you've had, because that means no matter what else follows, we've had a positive effect. So that's really great. And I do think it was the very best possible thing we could have done to start our conversation. So I really have to thank Yasmin and Felix again for coming up with this idea and for putting it together in such a way that meant that I, as a more of an empiricist, so I am actually also an opera singer, but we don't play mirror games. We just make a lot of noise. But more auditory game is my thing, but Zoom doesn't allow for that. So it was really nice to move into a domain that I'm less familiar with. But thank you so much to Yasmin and Felix, and to all of you for putting your embarrassment and awkwardness and technological fears to one side and giving yourselves up to the task at hand, because I think it really was exactly what we needed to come up with a lot of the really core concepts, to feel them. And so many people use the word visceral, but we all felt these concepts of, what it's like to, to have that moment where you go, oh, I'm doing something wrong, I need to correct. And some of the big things that occurred to me, people also mentioned, so I know that we're all thinking the same thing, but what do people feel like, would people like to just, pick up on one of the topics that was brought up and throw it into the circle for people to discuss, or would you like me to provide you with one of my top? Oh, Travis has got a hand, so we go straight to Travis.
Well, I just wanted to talk more about that shift between like the leader versus the sort of you both can lead, because Felix had a nice example, and I felt like mine was a bit similar with Julian, but then that delay was kind of a bit more. Like maybe I thought I was going to take the lead, but then I see you're going the other way, and then you would kind of like auto-correct to try to have that back and forth. So I wonder what experiences other people had with the shift to leaderless coordination.
Go ahead, Alexander.
I just unmute myself for the just in case, but I think Merle was still the leader.
I am always the leader.
I realized that, but there's nothing bad to it. That was just funny. Yeah.
I'll give you an anecdote. So we have a party twice a year with a very large group of people, which I'm also missing, Felix. And my kids get all dressed up, and it's beautiful because they're getting into this world of dancing, till Cinderella time. And I have 2 daughters, both of whom are firecrackers, and I'm very proud of it. And my husband was trying to tell my daughter that no, that the man has to lead, and she just went, no. I've created 2 monsters of myself, so I apologize. Yes, I did. It definitely.
There's no worries. I know what you mean. There's a certain type that you have to be born with, and one of my daughters is the same. She's Mr. General, and whoever's not in her command, she will stomp him to the ground. So it's.
I have to admit, I am definitely more of that type. So I apologize. I tried. I really was. I had the same feeling I have when I dance with my poor husband. I was like, let him go. Let him do it. I'm a terrible follower. I'm a terrible, terrible follower. So yeah, I killed that, I'm afraid.
No, that was an experience, because it's part of the dynamic of the task, right? You're giving you're giving a direction to be a follow leader. So the experience that we had, that somebody still was one of the leader, is part of the interesting experience that a task brings along with it. So I just want to mention it.
Individual differences are everything. Who would like to go next? And Yuval, what about you? Oh, Serhat is putting his hand up, so we go to you. Go ahead.
It's okay. Just occurred to me. I think I was the only one who rated the group exercise higher than the dyad. If that's true, it just occurred to me. It was a feeling of
that's true.
Ritual, I think, because we have a way of, if we've been in rituals, of losing ourselves in the group. So there is less consciousness, I think, in a group, at least for me. I think that was the part that made me feel like I was really aligned or coordinated or just lost myself in the group. So it felt more natural and perhaps more meaningful or enjoyable for that reason. Just wanted to bring that up.
Yuval, would you like to take over from that point?
So I really like I have much experience with the mirror game in a dyadic form, but I never tried it in a group form. So it was, for me, it was very stimulating and interesting to do. And I thought about what Travis said with the feedback. I think that might be something sort of crucial. So in the leader follower, and then when we had no leaders, in the dyadic form, there was always feedback. So, even if I'm the follower, still the leader is sort of there trying to see whether I'm with him or not. At least this is what I felt. And in the group, it was sort of like a star communication, like the hub is emanating the signals, but there is no sort of give and take, no crosstalk between everybody. And what I'm thinking, Serdar, which is might be interesting. Maybe you need more information in order to have to sort of average out like this swarm feeling. I also like someone else said I pinned the Semi on my screen, so I didn't really see. I didn't felt like part of a group. I was just trying to follow Semi, and then sort of you see like people are sort of semi-aligned with you, but it didn't feel like we managed to sort of coalesce together. Also with the singing, but that could be also just my embarrassment of hearing myself.
So I'd like to, yeah, sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm good.
Yeah. So several people have mentioned this idea of, who they had pinned. And this is really interesting for me because from a computational point of view, do we assume that all the followers in your star are just connecting and following the lead of this very rigid, semi, muscle man, in the center? Or, is it that we focus just on one, right? And I think this is a really, because I actually kind of like it. We were supposed to, I think, say to everybody to use the gallery view, but I kind of like that we have this this ability to compare and contrast people's experience of having either pinned or had a gallery view, because I think that that's probably what also happens in group coordination, right? Like either you choose to focus on one person because you know that they're reliable, or they happen to be, your desk partner in your violence section, or they happen to be, the closest to you, your nearest neighbor. Or you probably mix strategies and you focus primarily on one person, but you also every now and then look around and make sure you're not completely out. So I think it's kind of nice that we can talk to each other about what the various experiences were. But your idea of this, what I'd never thought about, is that in a leader in a larger group maybe will either appear as or will be more rigid, whereas in the dyad, because it's just that kind of an experience where a leader can do a bit more of a mix of strategies. He can primarily try and provide a stable signal for you to follow, but he can also, adapt and realize, oh,
right.
I'm not.
You fine-tune the signal to the person.
Yeah, so that's super interesting. I had never thought of it. And Diane's got her hand up, so I'm going to shoot to her.
I think that Travis's question about that transition to no leader in the dyads is really crucial in this discussion, because for my experience of that was it was very fluid, and I don't think that that's happened before. And I think again, because it was so focused here, there were no external in a classroom when you're doing mirroring. there are all these other variables that can interrupt that sort of connection and this was very, very close. So I didn't feel like it, I actually wrote a note that it felt there are times when people are like, oh, pretend you're passing a ball of energy. And it really felt that we were sort of through the screen going, okay, it's you, but there was no conscious thought. We would just sort of shift into it. And that was remarkable to me. I didn't know anything about this program before I started. I just said, Yasmin said, come. And I was like, okay. So I didn't have any expectations. So I was startled by how easily that worked. If the group had been with following Semi, if we had been in gallery view and we had gone to the point of, okay, now Semi's going to release control, someone else take it. I'm really curious about what that seems to be more comparable than comparing the dyad just to Semi by himself with people pinning and people in groups, in terms of because when doing this in the classroom in groups, that would be the next step in a group, would be that Semi would begin and then gradually someone else would take the lead, and the group has to be sensitive enough to sort of be perceptive and pick up those sort of peripheral senses, not sensors, signals. So that's I found that really, that was I didn't mention that before, and I silly because I had it written down, that was what I think that's what was missing in the group for me, was that it wasn't a back and forth. It was like a gym class. It was fun, and he has a wonderful face. It was really neat to play, but it wasn't the same type of connection.
So I was actually thinking, just so that everybody knows that they'll have to do it again, so you could escape before we do. But I had thought just before we started, I was quickly writing notes to myself, all the things I wanted to achieve. And it occurred to me that, so in the conference that has preceded this, we've had people doing nonverbal communication, people doing more verbal communication, people doing problem solving and so on. So there are lots of ways in which people coordinate and become aligned. And some people would say that these nonverbal forms are the quickest, that we've developed them, evolutionarily speaking, because they're super quick. They're an easy way to figure out who you're dealing with. And one thing that Travis and I are working on is that it might also be a great safe way to play and learn. So to learn about strategies of coordination that you can then apply in other domains. But one thing I thought we could do is, after we've coordinated at a verbal level, to then go back and try a nonverbal coordination task again. And then maybe we can do exactly as you've asked, Diane, and make the group version a little bit more reciprocal, and see if we can get you to leave here having done all of the things you normally do in the classroom, and you can then really say what it's like all on Zoom. But I think it would be a useful exercise when we finished our talk to wrap this up and to put us in the very best mood for the rest of the day for the people who are on the other side of the Atlantic, and for the rest of the weekend for people who are very glad that we're coming to the end of Friday. So that's just a thought that we can do it again. We have it in our power. We are here. But on that note, maybe I will pass the ball to Masis, because I'm sure you have lots of things to say.
People already told lots of nice things, so I don't know what to add, but I also do this exercise with my choirs. I'm a conductor in Istanbul. So I love this exercise. I did both in pairs, in dyads, and also in group. But of course, it's not as practical as it is here to do it with groups in a real room. Of course, the energy is real, but here we can see everybody's faces, or everybody here in this gallery view. So it has both the advantages and disadvantages. I don't know what else to say. It's always nice to experience this from different angles and all of these people's point of view. So yeah, it was nice. It's always nice for me.
But I suppose that maybe brings a really poignant question to mind. Oh, Felix is raising his hand, and Olga's raising her hand. Go ahead, Felix, and then go ahead, Olga. You can just talk. Go ahead, raise hand.
Yeah, what I realized was that it actually made me think of one of the talks we had, I think on Wednesday, because when we were in the group exercise and I was in gallery mode and I had everyone there, my screen was in the top left of my little window was in the top left of the screen, and I was obviously looking and I was trying to look at Semi and trying to follow his movements. But then I would also make sure that I wanted to look at what does it look like what I'm doing, right? So I kept going back to the top left corner of my screen to see what did it look like what I was doing. So I was kind of trying to, control my movements by actually looking at myself. And then you, Mel, you were right next to me, so there was always this little
next to you.
There's this little moment where I'd be like, okay, so this is what Semi's doing, so I'm trying to do that, and I want to, okay, what does that look like? And I was looking at what I was doing, and I was like, oh, okay, this is what Mel is doing. And I think there was then a kind of I was mostly looking at Semi, but then there was always this sort of a bit of correction, both of where I had physically put myself and the way that I was moving, the speed at which I was moving. And then because you were right next to my window, I was also sort of taking that information into account and again, correcting for that. And it made me think of one of the talks where you had a grid of 9 people, and they were always there was some sort of peripheral correction going on, but they were mostly focused on the one person right in front of them. And I think I kind of had a similar experience with both you and Semi just now, where I would mostly look at Semi, but then I had the sort of peripheral input that was coming from you, Mo. So that was just.
This is so great, because I don't know if you realize this all, but I am actually using this to make sure that we can start running some experiments along these lines. And what you've basically just said, Felix, is that the nearest neighbor effect that we were seeing in Alan Wing and Mark Elliott's talk is going to work even in the domain of Zoom, which is very interesting from a sort of metaphysical level, because we're clearly not neighbors. We are nowhere near each other. Actually, we're probably in space. I'm closest to Olga in space, and then maybe Yasmin, and then Felix. But in Zoom space, it's kind of neat. We could experimentally, Travis, I'm thinking of these cool experiments. We could move people's pins around. Oh, this is going to be great. So that's fantastic. That's fantastic input that the nearest neighbor effect is going to hold. We have hands going everywhere. So Olga had a question or a comment. Then is your name Chen, bottom right? Okay, so then you'll go next, and then Alexander. Go ahead, Olga.
Okay.
Oh, Olga, your sound is, Olga, just maybe make sure you stay quite close to the mic, because it went in and out.
Okay. Is it okay like this?
Perfect.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for this amazing experience and for the invitation. So the expertise I'm bringing with me is rather cultural and a bit philosophical. That's the intellectual part. The practical part is that I have been doing martial arts for several years. And that's what I was kind of reminded by this exercise, because there are group exercises in martial arts, but then also the dyad exercises. And I just had the same effect during the dyad exercises. It's a very mindful experience. So it's very meditative, and it's very mindful because you're concentrated on your partner. And it's fun, of course it's fun. So I would rate it the highest. I would give it like 10 out of 10. If it wasn't for the group experience, because the group experience is for me a whole new level of fun, because you have the mindful part, of course, but then also a little bit of a dissociated part, because you observe a very large team, a very large group doing the same, coordinated, and this is what adds to this positive experience, and it's a whole additional new level of positive. For me personally.
So you would rate the group as higher than the dyad?
So I would rate the group as the highest, and the dyad as a couple of points below.
Okay, and then
that's just my impression.
No, perfect. Chen, would you like to take over next? Just unmute yourself.
Yeah, actually it's Chen, but it's really difficult to pronounce, so it's okay. You guys hear me? It's okay? Okay, I just wanted to say that I practice this kind of exercises a lot as a dancer. And during this pandemic, we did a lot of classes at using Zoom. And I think that, Felix, you made me think about it. The fact that you don't just see your closest neighbor, the fact that you see yourself, it's also a little bit philosophical, but it gives another dimension to how do I react to the things that I see. I mean, if I see you doing something, so I see you, and usually if I'm in the studio, so I have a kind of representation in my mind, how do I look when I do it? Or if I'm doing it correctly. And here you can actually see how does it looks like. So it's given another dimension of reaction to the things we do. But I guess that in my experience, from my experience, when we do these kind of things in a group, so I think that the Zoom has a big partial parts of our body. So the signal is a little bit easier to follow, perhaps. Especially when you said, Yasmin, use only your hands in one part. So it's also a nice thing to see that this platform allows, I don't know, reducing information somehow.
Well, reducing the scope, right, the range, what we were thinking about when we were coming up with the exercises is, and I mentioned this to Felix and Yasmin at the time because it's what it made me think of, but there's this, a movie called The Legend of 1900, which is about a piano player who's born and lives his entire life on a ship that crosses the Atlantic over and over again, back and forth. And the whole movie is about that idea of being able to create an infinite number of variations, but given a defined number of items. And in his case, the analogy is he's got these 88 keys, but within that, within that defined framework, he can create an infinite number of variations. But the world is so infinite that he's too scared to step off the ship because he doesn't know what to do with that infinite number of options. And I think that it's kind of a neat analogy that most art forms will provide you with some kinds of limits. And I always have this image of these monks who did these incredible illuminations, but they were in this tiny little dark, cubicle, doing these incredibly ornate, beautiful, illustrations and illuminations. So I kind of think that there's something in it. When we create, generally, I wonder what that means for a group, because we have to keep focused on the theme of the day, which is what happens when we get into a group. And one of the things that has come up here is space, right? That our space in this format is such a strange thing. It has very little to do, we've had the idea of physical space being limited to parts of our bodies because we only see half of us. None of us know what the bottom half of us looks like. Our exercise is only with a limited number of limbs. So space is a strange thing in this medium, but I also think that space within a group is a strange concept that we have to kind of wrestle with. And I wonder, sort of one of the other questions that I mentioned earlier is, depending on your art form, obviously you're going to have a different sense of space. When you're a singer or a musician, space is a strange thing, right? When you're singing in a really big theater, you have to try and fill this space that you can't even see because it's dark out there. So you have to sort of imagine this space. You create the space. And it's only once you've opened your mouth and made the sound that the space actually even exists. And so space for a singer is a very strange thing. So we could have a whole discussion on what space is for dyads and groups. So that's another thought we could go on. But I really like the idea that you mentioned about self-representation in this format, because it's something I work on in my science, is this idea of how much of the me is actually part of the we, when we think of ways of computing and quantifying coupling in group coordination. And one of the thoughts I have is, as the group size increases, the relative contribution of the me, of the individual, is very likely to be reduced. Not always, because when you're the leader like me, you just amplify your sound so more people can hear you. But I really liked your idea that, and I certainly did the same, and it actually got in the way. So I don't know if everybody else had this, but when I was trying to coordinate with Alexander, if I looked at myself, it really, and it's also because of the time lag, obviously, but when I looked at myself, it got in the way. And when I didn't, when I just focused on the task at hand, you know, just looking at Alejandro, or just looking at Semi, I felt like I did a much better job. So I wonder, there's this tension, right? Both theoretically, but also experimentally, that you don't want to lose too much of the self, because then you won't be in control of your body and your actions. But you want to give up and just enough of yourself that you can actually focus all your intention on the other. So I really love that you mentioned self and other, because now I have lots to think about. Does anybody want to? Yeah, go ahead, Seda.
Just in response to what has been said and what you just now said, I was thinking of the intention. You know, I didn't go into this with an empty mind. I'm sure none of us did. I was very specifically thinking about sort of preparing myself for this kind of discussion about my medium. I'm an artist. I'm a visual artist, and one of the first things I do, whether it's my own creative process, or if I'm working with a group of students around a creative project of theirs, you know, so we're trying to sort of understand and move forward. You know, what I've always relied on is trying to accomplish this one task. Subduing the intellect, the rational, analytical thinking process, because I've learned to trust that if I can manage that, then I give my intuitive, emotional, instinctive self a chance to sort of, you know, have a deeper experience, right? So as I went into this exercise, like I said, the dyad, I pretty much messed up, so apologies again. But in the group exercise, I think I was already prepared to quiet down my intellect so that I could respond as naturally, as intuitively or instinctively as I could. But that's coming into this thing, you know, because I was thinking about these kinds of things. That may have had something to do with why I sort of preferred or enjoyed or rated higher the group exercise. It also reminded me of my, you know, college days, acting, and one of these exercises was, of course, this mirroring exercise. Was one of the exercises that we would do. That's decades ago, of course. But again, the idea was to sort of lose our control, let's say, which is, I think, in my mind, is tied to this intellectual, you know, analytical, rational thinking process, which happens to be, at least in my experience, a bit of a bully. You know, it takes over. Our intellect, it always takes over. Not that we need to get rid of it, but I think for creative purposes, we need to sort of push the intellect at least to the background temporarily, so that we can have deeper experiences. We can give the intuitive, emotional part of our mind a chance to you know, make its own connections and, you know, come up with whatever it does from our consciousness or deep consciousness, right? And then when there's enough material, we employ analytical processes, you know, rational thinking, etc. So this was entirely my state of mind coming into this. And I'm guessing that it had an effect on how I was prepared to sort of lose myself in the group and go with that kind of flow and rhythm. Space, you mentioned, that's a whole, you know, huge, very interesting topic. I don't know if we can go into that now, but space was very confusing for me. So I totally gave up on it in this Zoom environment. I mean, as a visual artist, I'm very much into very carefully organizing space. open-ended, but very carefully organized. So I have this, you know, I can visualize things. I can even visualize time in terms of rhythm, for instance, or movement in that space. But in this environment, it was very confusing. I just totally gave up on that.
I found it very confusing. Alex, Alexander, you had something to say, I think. I don't know if you remember what it was.
Oh, actually, I'm trying to type in. Yes, the discussion is highly interesting, actually, and all of the contributions are highly amazing, giving one lots to think about. So I just want to comment on lots of stuff that many people said, which I find was amazing. For example, that Olga said that her martial arts experience kind of made her feel like she was performing, and I had actually the same thought, like when I was doing the exercise with you, that it was a little bit of a Tai Chi that to some extent that we were exercising. And what Chen mentioned about self-awareness, I found very interesting with regards to what you said then with regards to trust, which also relates to what Masi said about the task being in diet, being to focus on your partner. So this resulted in your meta knowledge and knowing that your partner in turn is focused on you. So you're being basically put on display, and your first of all, your task is to focus only on one social human being, and then again the awareness at this your interactive partner is focused on nothing else but you. Created first of all this sense of more privacy, but then the other sense is put like what Chen said, put you more on display, because it this awareness that you are being watched and each of your movements is being closely monitored, made you very, very self-aware and resulted in a much more fine granular model. And what I also found interesting, what Yuval and Siddha were discussing, is that that in the group movement, that it was less engaging. So I think one factor for this is maybe that the cards are stacked against us. I think that the reason why the group exercise works is when everybody performs in the same environment and everybody has the same lighting, the same surroundings around them, and you see everybody modifying these in the same way, performing the same movements. Whereas here in Zoom, you have different lightnings, you have different backgrounds, which acts as a distractor to this exercise and sort of ruin it. And I find actually very remarkable that Serdar was still able to engage and correctly describe the task as I understand it was supposed to work, that he was still able to exercise, whereas me, for example, I couldn't, and it was enough of a distraction for me to not to engage it. But what he said very much resonated with the entrainment that people usually experience when engaging in this synchronous activities. Yeah, I stopped talking now. That was far too much.
No, so what was really interesting is that Felix, Yasmin, and I did it. Was it yesterday? I can't remember. There's a blur of days, but we did it. And it was one of the most incredible experiences I've had in a very long time. I haven't made music with anybody other than my kids, which I'm not saying isn't the most wonderful thing in the world, but I haven't made music in the way that I'm used to for a very long time. And that was as close to, you know, ensemble music making as I've got. So I have to sort of echo Felix's, point that I haven't had these feelings in a very long time. But when we were in that smaller group, it was just us three, it was so powerful. And I wonder if maybe, Alexander, it was just much more dispersed, and so it didn't reach threshold for you, which sort of brings to the fore a question, that has to be brought up, which is, are there scaling limits to group cohesion, especially when there's in the face of so much noise. So I think the point was that Alexander was making so well is that there are various elements of noise within this particular medium. And it can be, we misunderstood the task because we, didn't have the gallery view, or it can be, people have different lighting, or it can be, I heard my son screaming upstairs, or whatever the noise is. that it disperses the power of that effect. Whereas when we were doing it, Yasmin and Felix, I mean, I'm not very good at the game, but between us, we did a pretty good job, and it was so beautiful. You know, I haven't danced since I was 17, and I felt almost like I was dancing. It was so wonderful. So I wonder if it's just if it's a scaling effect, whether 12 is just too many on a Zoom call, and we could definitely do experiments to see if it's much more powerful with 6 or 3, or if there's a magic number on Zoom where the size of the thumbnail has to be a certain way, or you could figure out what are the parameters that work best for this medium. So that was one of the points I wanted to make. And Yuval has got his hand up, so I'm going to throw the ball to you.
So along the same lines, I had a question for Masis and maybe also Diane as practitioners with groups. Is there a limit to the number? So my only experience is like when you go to a rock concert, or like you're in a massive, or in a football field, and you're singing the songs of your team, then everybody is aligned, and it feels great, right? Like the power of many, like the last rock concert sadly was quite a long time ago, but like 100,000 people singing together the songs. So I was wondering whether how does it scale? So continuing on Merla's question, so how does it scale? So probably 2 or 3 you can do it, but is it true that as you scale towards bigger and bigger numbers, is it only improving your ability to synchronize with others? Does it drop down? How does it work? Tell us.
Sorry, Yuval, you mean this mirror exercise?
No, in like for you in choirs, like when people sing.
So you say, I mean, how big is the group? Does it affect the success or the synchronization? If you are too many, is it harder? Or if you are a very little group, is it easier, right?
Right.
To synchronize, to sync together. Well, of course, it is much easier if you are like, I don't know, 8 or 10 people instead of like 125, which we are in some concerts. For example, we were like more than 100. But of course, there are some keys, and if you catch that focus, then of course it is much harder, but the result, if you achieve that result, it is way powerful. And the thing in also this mirror game, or in these visual things with bigger groups, for example, when you are 3 or 4, you do this kind of movements, like big movements rather than small ones. And if you are quite a big number of people, when like thousands of people like do only this small move, but everybody at the same time, the effect is much bigger than 3 people are doing. Like, for example, in singing as well, 100 people can do a huge range of dynamic changes. Like, we can sing way louder or can sing way softer. This also gives a big opportunity. This is not only an issue of synchronization. That's why I'm trying to tell the difference between the effects of smaller groups and bigger groups. So you do much bigger effects by doing very small moves, also visually and also in terms of singing. So yeah, I prefer to have this big dynamic range instead of easy work with 4 or 5 people. I enjoy much more to sing with like 100 people singing very piano like, and then forte, everybody is singing in full power. Yeah, this is my experience.
And
ahead,
Diane?
Oh, Diane first, sorry, and then we'll move on to Jen. Yeah.
the mirroring exercise for my purposes, when I'm using it with a smaller, usually I'm using, there are studies that have been done that say that 12 is about the maximum in a room to keep people engaged, generally. And I'm very rarely fortunate enough to have a drama class or a cast that is 12 or less. And if you get below 6 in a class, that creates big space that you it has to be adjusted for. So with the mirroring, the focus of the point of focus for the game is, for me, usually in the smaller groups, to get scene partners to pay attention to their partners. It's not about the technical, I don't really care if they move in sync. Definitely. What I care about is that they're having an experience together. And if they do get beautiful movements, then we might incorporate that into the show. That's sort of gravy. With bigger groups, again, it can be used for choreography. It can be used for a sort of group dynamic that brings the ensemble feeling in ways that me talking to them about it would never, and it would take a long period of the whole rehearsal process for them to sort of become cohesive. So these are sort of, I don't want to call them shortcuts, because they do take a great deal of courage and in terms of vulnerability on the part of the participants, but they do bring them closer faster. And so they are then able to execute other activities with more unity of sort of spirit. And I think that it has to, I was thinking about this earlier, if I wanted to teach, when I want to teach the students a folk dance for a scene in Romeo and Juliet for the ball, then most of that teaching process is going to be the whole group following one or two people and getting very synced. And I'm not looking, because it's a party, I'm not looking for the Rockettes all moving exactly the same way. I'm looking for humans dancing, right? So the mirroring allows for just the acceptance of, my hand is smaller. It's going to move in a different way from your hand. So, but at the same time, we're doing it together. In a smaller group, if I were trying to, like for Romeo and Juliet, who are the focus of the scene, I'll take them into a room and have them work together on something. So because they're going to be spotlighted and their moves have to be accented through the piece in a way that they pull focus. So I don't know if that answers the question, but I am sort of, this has been an astonishing, it's like cleaning everything out and letting me see things new. So I really appreciate it. And thanks, Yasmin, for inviting me, my dear. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Chen, and then we have Alexander.
I just want to, I want to say a few things. First of all, I think that it's very important to point out the difference between something that is being rehearsed, or like Ivario said, singing all together in a big concert, and everybody are familiar with the words and they sing at the same time. And so this is synchronization. And the second thing is like improvising together and creating something that we don't know for sure what is going on. And I think that you said, Merle, that you did it, the three of you, but you guys know each other, if that's correct. So I think that it's very important for me to mention that it depends on practice. When we practice this ability, in my opinion, so the more we practice, the more we can do it in larger groups. Because I feel always that it's a tension or a threshold between being in action or being in reaction. For example, if I'm doing like dance improv with 12 or 20, I did it with 30 and 40 people already. And there is this threshold between, okay, I'm starting something. Does someone following? Is anyone following? And if not, so I have to give up. I have to withdraw what I just did and being like in reaction now to what's going on. So I think in the personal level, there is this threshold, and this what creates the engagement And the more we practice it in a group, the more we can do it together. We understand how to manipulate those feelings within ourselves and within the group that we practice with. And I think that also when the larger the group is, the more information is being lost on the way, like small movements that some people do and no one notices it. So I think that this is also a very important thing to think about, because maybe if we lose more information, we can be more synchronized together.
I mean, that is so, it's so on topic. I don't know if Travis is also thinking the things that I'm thinking, because we're writing a paper on improvisation. So everything you're saying is super helpful. And this idea of signal loss is incredibly insightful, because, and I was thinking along those lines, you know, the idea that either as an audience member or one in a group, you know, there's no way you can track very subtle, you know, subtle errors or, you know, subtle changes in signal. So clearly you have to be doing some kind of averaging, some kind of like bigger brush strokes, right? So it's, what you were saying was super helpful for my own work. So I first want to say thank you.
Or you can, or you can suddenly do something very surprising, and now everybody's following you because they have no other choice, because now you're like,
well, we heard about
can't
that
be
in our
ignored.
talk today as well, this idea that an extreme, I don't know if you watched that talk, Travis, but we heard about how people, I know this sounds absolutely totally off topic, but we had somebody talking about how you sway voters. And the idea is that one very good strategy is to provide a big change in signal, and in fact, an extreme signal. So everything you say is perfectly on topic, but I'll switch to Alexander before I take up too much time. Go ahead, Alexander.
Oh, actually, this makes my job a lot easier, because I'm glad actually you both touched on the thing that I actually wanted to mention, and Chen, yeah, brought it very, very nicely, the signal loss. I wanted to comment on what Yuvan and Mrs. will also discuss with regards to singing. So how is the immersion to a small crowd versus bigger crowd work? And from standpoint of somebody who cannot sing and whose wife always keeps reminding him of this, if I try to sing with my children, I would just resonate with the signal loss aspect that Chen brought up, is that when you have a larger crowd who is contributing to an auditory output, and if you cannot sing and you miss the tones and you miss the notes, you still have the feeling you don't get as precise feedback on your deviation from the crowd, because your errors are being overshadowed by the noise of the singing that the crowd is making. So in a sense, you get a higher feeling of immersion if you're not able to perform the task as well as the others, because you got the visual feedback of everybody else performing well, and also perhaps the auditory, whereas your errors are being minimized because you're not concentrating on yourself as much, or they're again being suppressed by the others.
That's super important. Go ahead, Masis.
Well, I have to say this experience differs because it depends on your choice, depends on your preparation, depends on the quality you want to reach. Even if we are like 125, we always would like to have all individual singers one by one as perfect as possible. So we are really controlling, like before the concert, like with using a lot of different methods. So of course that brings kind of a much more self-confidence, or less being afraid when singing in a bigger group rather than a small one. But of course it depends on the preparation and the level you want to achieve. So if you are prepared enough, and if you are like confident enough, because you know the piece, you know what to do, you know how to do, you know how to react in certain different parts of the piece, then in a 10-person group or in a 125-person group, you will have kind of the same individual maximum contribution to the whole. So it differs a little bit. Depends on your choice.
Yeah, go ahead, Julia.
Yeah, I was resonating with all the past interventions and going back to what Yuval asked about choirs. I have conducted a choir once in my life. It was 18 years old students, and I wanted to give them a sense of what self-organization of neural assemblies could be. And I was trying to see how I could teach that to them, psychology students. So not in front of mathematics and physics. And so I decided to make a choir with them and asking them to spontaneously just hum on a single frequency. So there were 200. And of course, what I hoped that would happen, did happen, is that progressively and then abruptly, they switched toward an harmonious choir with all the 200 students. Although it was not the task was just do your frequency and sing. And then with the question of Yuval, I was thinking that with large groups, you can attain much more powerful effects of coordination, but then you are restricted in your repertoire of coordination to very stable relations. And then this resonates with what Ren was saying about the loss of information, which is also a loss of noise. And with less noise and less fluctuations, you lose the opportunity to switch toward new patterns. And this is where creativity lies. It is when you are switching toward patterns that you are discovering, something that was not stable before you discovered that pattern. So this might explain why it is sometimes harder to have a creative behavior within large groups, although it is easier to coordinate very stable sort of behaviors in very large ensemble. But I would be interested to hearing what others like Massis, for example, think about this, because now we are talking about ensemble of choir, but indeed, do you also do that in terms of improvised ensemble or only following composition scored?
Yeah, go ahead, Massis.
Thank you, Julian. I was just going to say, we also do improvisational sessions, especially at the beginning of each new season with each group we have. So this group can be maybe 40 people or more than 100 people. We always have two experiences in these improvisational sessions. One is we just say, like, I'm just describing in a very simple way. We will just start. One person will start to do something, can produce any sound with his or her body or voice. And then one by one, like a pyramid, we will add on it. And then we will come to a certain point, and then one by one, we will. So hereby aiming to listening to each other and also thinking about controlling yourself or how shall I say, like being conscious or losing your consciousness. So the difference or the mixture of them. We always try first, and we achieve a very nice sound with a lot of good feelings and a high climax, like a strong ritual. And then when we finish, we just have a discussion. Some people usually tell, like, well, it was wonderful, I lost myself, I was like in a forest, like in a jungle, in a ritual, like in ancient times. And some people always say, like, well, okay, it was nice, but we didn't follow the instruction, like the one by one adding and one by one releasing. And then we try once again. And in this second attempt, the climax always like never goes high as the previous one, but it always becomes like a little bit more symmetrical, mathematical, logical. And after these two experiences, like we always come to idea that we should mix all these yeah, also the consciousness, and also like losing and like losing yourself and unconsciousness together. So neither one of them or nor the other is only the way to do it. It's way better if you use them all, if you mix them also in also smaller groups and in also bigger groups. Of course, the effects change.
And do you have the impression that the difference is more in terms of coordination or of creativity?
Well, the first one, while there was no concrete information, it is way creative. And the second attempt, after a little bit more explanation about the structure, the creativity goes down.
Down, yeah.
And the mathematics and the schemes comes forward.
Which reminds us what sorry, I'm confused with what Serdar was telling us earlier with this gesture of unfocusing a little bit the attention, which I also want to resonate with that. I really like what you said because I was writing about it just before the meeting first, and when you are in a more cognitive, controlled, logical way of thinking, then you have a linear reasoning. And in linear reasoning, there are not many consequences of your reasoning. You have one solution or two or something. But when you take that away, there is I felt in group exercises, for example, a certain readiness to react to multiple possible futures. Like you're ready to jump on something you didn't expect. When you are in a more controlled cognitive style of being into the interaction, then the logical consequences are very few. So it's really difficult to get creative. And when I was interacting with Travis, sometimes I was like thinking, am I well synchronized? Am I giving nice instructions? And then when I think, you are focused on one or two objects, and you cannot be creative, and you cannot be reactive creatively to the little changes that you can notice in the other. So I think that in these questions of creative coordination, there's a really important question of how do we unfocus the attention on the self or the cognitive control style of thinking to be able to embrace whatever future shows his nose, and you can pick it and say, oh, I can go that direction, or we could do that movement, or we could do that. And one of the examples, it's an experience I'd like to share, was when we improvised with Travis in the mutual condition. Again, going back to Yuval, when he was speaking about the rigidity of the leader. I have an issue with the definition of leader in the literature about coordination, because the leader is someone who is not listening to the other. Is the one the leader is defined as the one who is followed most of the time, or the one who is blind to the other. And as a musician, I cannot relate to that. A good leader is the one who is a good listener too. And with Travis, we were improvising, and at some point I had my hand in front of my eyes. I was supposed to lead, and the 1 second I could not see him, I was incapable of leading because I did not have his feedback. Although in the scientific literature, I would be a perfect leader, not seeing the follower. But I think this is a very important point that we have to raise in our discussions and experiments. How the leader is also, if not above all, a listener of the other. And maybe some...
I just want to make a quick comment. I think it depends on the setting, and in personal psychology, there are very many different leader types that are defined, and depending on the situation, you could have an immersive leader, you could have a directive leader, you could, and like you said, and depending on the situation, you have a leader that leads by supporting everybody, whereas other situations, you have the one stereotypical one that leads by directing each one and everyone. Yeah.
In this particular game, it's interesting though, because you are leading, but by definition, I guess the task is that you don't just want to go crazy and then no one can, your follower can't follow you. But it's like you want to move subtly and make sure they're moving with you. So you're leading and you're attending to them and making sure that they're coming with you. And I don't know, I like your point, Julian, about the kind of flow aspect of this, and I think that really touches upon what's the creative aspect here, and that you're kind of just in the flow and you're doing something. And if you think about it too much, at least I felt this way, that I don't feel like I'm being creative. I'm like making these choices and just deciding where to put my hands or something, rather than creating something together. So I found that really interesting.
But Julian, you made me think. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, go ahead.
You made me think also. That's really interesting, because I thought about like the signal to noise ratio, and whenever the signal to noise ratio is high, so you probably have more creative ideas. Because you have more sources to pay your to give your attention to, and then you can generate creative ideas. And on the other hand, I'm asking, I don't have a solution for this. On the other hand, maybe when we have a lower signal to noise ratio, so there is more flow, as you said, Travis, and then we can be like, because flow is also known as something that helps you generate creative ideas, or think more, like feel more free maybe in the space, and have like your mind open up. So I guess they're both interesting, and maybe it depends on the context, like what do we create, or what do we do, or what kind of creativity we're looking for.
I like your point, Chen, and it reminded me a bit of when I was attempting to coordinate with Semi. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Because he had such rich facial expressions, and then he had he started doing something with just one finger at a point, and then I felt like I was kind of like rapidly trying to scan to see, okay, is he doing something with his faces, or is this just like a diversion? And I don't know if that is kind of getting at your aspect that you mentioned, like the signal to noise, like what are the many possible things that I'm attempting to coordinate with, and how does that relate to sort of, yeah, what we were kind of doing together?
I want to just let everybody know that we have about 8 minutes left before we take our coffee break and prepare ourselves for our keynote speaker at 4. So we can have a last back and forth on a particular topic, but I think it would be very nice to end our session as we started, with a version of the mirror game as a group, and see whether having discussed things with one another has helped or hindered our ability to coordinate with one another, to feel one with one another. But does anybody have any final remarks before we do that? Yeah, go ahead, Alexander.
I actually have a question to the group, because looking at the name of the workshop, it gave me a lot of thought, because what is creativity? And I don't think there is a good definition of creativity out there, and even the best researchers, Amabil from Harvard, she just goes with a working definition, but basically saying creativity is what other people perceive as creative. And there were the one aspect put by Seda was sort of letting go your conscience, and letting go the analytical thought, and kind of letting your mind flow, and without your intervention, discover new patterns, and then by your meta control, realizing these new patterns, bringing them consciously forward, and this thus being the process of creativity. And I just like to throw in another dimension, as there's also a creative process in writing, where you could argue that perhaps it is exactly the opposite the case, that you through analytical thought you create something that wasn't there, perhaps by writing a poem or perhaps poem is not as, but in a scientific article, that where through analytical thought and through self-reflection, you create something that wasn't there. So I want to ask the group how it feels about creativity, what dimensions you see in this construct, and how you go about it. Thank you.
Julien, do you want to take Travis? We go
Sure.
Travis and then Julien. Go ahead, Travis.
Okay, I'll be brief. So I thought this was really interesting. As like a musician in my free time, the mirror game, this was actually my first time doing this. So that felt like very creative because everything I was doing or was new, so to speak. So I think this novelty aspect that Alexander mentioned is important, but then it might be like whether it's newness that's only self-referential, that this is something that I'm doing now that's new, say when I'm playing guitar and I've been working on some chord progression and now I have some breakthrough, which is like some progression I didn't think of before, then that feels creative. But if it's just the same thing that I've been doing before, it doesn't feel like it's something that's new. Whereas so for someone else, it may be something totally new and sounds very creative, even if it's something you have known about or created for quite some time.
Can I say something very quickly? Not as moderator, but as in a response to what Travis said, is so to put it into the context of this conference, which is on group creativity. I think there's something interesting there in that by being in a group, you get feedback as to whether it's novel for everybody or just novel for you on the one hand, but also you are more likely to create something novel that is novel to both of you because of the input of two, where the sum of the parts is greater than the individual components. So I think there is something that needs to be added to Alexander's question, which is what is group creativity? Because it seems to me, and I put this forward at the very first alignment conference last year, where Travis was part of the first workshop on what creativity is. And I put forward the very bold claim that we only are ever really creative with other people. Maybe sometimes it is only funneled out of one individual in the end, but I always feel like there's always somebody else in the background, even for individual creative efforts. So I would like to add that I think there's something very special about group creativity. Sammy, you've been so quiet. We've had your face, but less of your voice. Go ahead.
No, it was interesting, everybody's ideas. So I agree. As you say, I resonate with many people's, and I have similar experiences. Just I wanted a little thing what you say. Like in creative process, there is always another. Like I want to expand it a bit from like the people, like human side. Like there's always another human, but I think we can say another individual or another body there. Like it doesn't should be a human. For example, in this very example, like here, what makes me like in the beginning with Felix, like his looks, how he looked at me when I was leading, is like give me a feeling, like expression. He's like he was looking so, I don't know the word, but like I don't know, like with energy. Like I was there's a kind of playful side. Like I want to go more playful because he gives me that playfulness. And if he was another one, like for this creativity, like another body, but at the same time, in one moment, also in the group, I feel it. I realized because it was my first time doing this in Zoom, and I don't have many Zoom like talks, but like this borders like here, and this is the space, and I feel it is another body to play with. So in one moment when I like do this, because I see I'm like, but my face can, so it's another body to trigger the like so in the space, like there are other bodies, like I agree with you with another always this creativity goes, but it doesn't have to be human. It is the space, it is the other bodies, and the body always move. There's no, and this movement triggers a kind of creativity. I want to like just leave at this point. Thank you.
I want to add a reaction into Zoom, which is mind blown. That was beautiful. That was like the best thing I've heard today. So you should talk more often. Go ahead, Masis.
As I tried to tell in this improvisational example, I just want to say about this something about this creative process. What is creativity? What is group creativity? I think it's more like using the power of both the consciousness and unconsciousness in a kind of a dynamic, balanced way with efficient methods, of course, to put what everybody has in themselves and make them contribute in this creative session to create a continuous line without any interruption. I think the most important thing, or the very important goal of this process, is to achieve that continuity or continuous line without the interruption. But of course, using using these efficient methods to do that, to use both consciousness and unconsciousness.
So nice. Okay, so we've got flow, we've got so many big words. Julien, would you like to give us the final word of the conference?
Oh, okay. So I will try
It's
sort
gonna
of
be good.
creativity, of group creativity. Maybe I would see it as the collective discovery of something that was not expected, that was unexpected, and unexpected by the participants, but also unexpected from an external observer that would not expect this pattern to emerge from the properties of these individuals. And as you say that there is always another in creativity, I think that even in individual creative achievements, what we become is a sort of another, as a transformation of the self, because we are discovering something new about ourselves. We now realize we are able to do something we did not know we could do. Okay, this was an improvised
It was a
definition.
fantastic ending. I think you would get applause. If Zoom did applause properly, you would get a great round of applause. So maybe to bring this session to a close, I will ask you all once again to focus your attention on now everybody. We're just going to try and start as a group. And then I'm going to ask somebody to offer up to be the leader. And at some point, I want you just to take control. Who's going to be the leader? Somebody offer up. And it doesn't have to be Semi, but if nobody offers, it's going to be him. Oh dear, that's just your role then. Okay, in life. So we'll start as a group, so no leader. And then Semi, I want you to take the lead and then relinquish it. Okay. And we'll just stick to the
I will start again.
We're gonna start just as a group, as a like the open hum, no leader, just chaos. See what happens to the entropy measure there, and then slowly but surely you can take the lead, and then relinquish it.
Okay, like you will tell me. Sorry, I just.
No, you can just take the lead when you're ready. Okay, and then we can dissolve, and then I will bring the session to a close without any more words. Okay, go ahead. And just hands, by the way.
Thank you, everybody. It was great.
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful